Hey, 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 it's the Germans here. It's the Germans. It's the Germans. See, nobody cares. Nobody cares. See, it's Datsun. Nobody cares. Operation Barbasol. That's what I'm talking about. We will commence Operation Barbasol tomorrow at noon. Actually, tomorrow we have that the Artemis press interview. So maybe we'll do Space News first tomorrow and then Barbasol later. Operation Bulbasaur? No, it can't be Operation Bulbasaur. I already took over Japan. Is there a General Gillette to lead it? General Gillette and Colonel Schick and Admiral Dollar Shave Club. Time's the presser. 1. Yeah, play for 1. So maybe I'll start. We'll start with Space News tomorrow, guys. We'll lead in with Space News. I'll just say that for the rest of the night. We'll lead in with Space News, get the presser figured out, and then I might. This battle is probably going to take a little bit, so we might go into the night with that. But I don't know. We'll see. General Manscape. Yep. Yeah, Operation Barbasol, headed by General Gillette and Sergeant Schick and Admiral Dollar Shave Club. No MSC again? What are you talking? What? No, that's tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, we got work to do. I want to see if I can manage a battle this big. I'm honestly interested to see if that can happen. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what it do. All right. Let me find something for you guys to watch while I take 5 and go yell at Brimo for being unlawful. Let's see. La Crichora. Okay. I'm looking around to see if we can find something. Yeah, we'll talk about Red Bull's car. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's good with Starship, and then anything else, guys. Once again, the news cycle has been awfully slow lately. So there's always kind of, I've noticed this in all my years covering this. I mean, there is a Starlink. We have a Starlink, but sorry, we need that video for later. Watch something like this. I gotta be careful about what videos I watch, dudes. That's a good video, but I don't have... I gotta be careful. We have to make sure it's public resources. Oh, I don't know if the nuclear one counts. Forge. I didn't get a chance to watch it last night because I had to get up. Play a Pima VOD? Yeah, we're running out of those. We're running out of Pima VODs to play.
I'm Das.
That's Das there. Let's check out the video there. Do I have this for news? Let me see. Yes, I do have that for news. Did Artemis 1 update happen? No, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. I don't think we got this one.
The crew that
Yeah, I'm not sure we got this one. Let's see. Yeah, this one should be good. Like, I don't want to go. I don't like. Okay, is it bad if I don't want to show you guys all of Pima? There's kind of spots that I don't want to show because I want people to go and see it. Will this damage the VOD? Oh, engines that came from the cold? Yeah, that probably will. Just show what you're comfortable with. Yeah, I just gotta find the right one. So, like, I gotta talk to Periscope. Periscope Film has a lot of archival footage, but they have a lot of archival footage that's on YouTube, but I'm not sure. It is public resource, but if you take something that's public resource and you put it on YouTube, do you have the rights to it? I'm wondering about that. I have to figure that one out because, yeah, that's... We could. Periscope has tons of awesome archival Apollo stuff, but I don't know where they got it from. They couldn't have gotten it from anybody but NASA because it's Apollo stuff. You know, there's plenty of Periscope documentaries that we could watch. Can you show this? I'm not 100% on that one. What is Pima? Pima Air and Space Museum. Yeah, I'm not like. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Brimo. Well, here. All right. I'll put it up. Enjoy. This is the World War II hangar at Pima. I'll be back momentarily.
yeah. Came to Tucson in 1982, had a reunion. Oh, wow. And told the story. So they put this plane was manufactured in Wichita.
It's a Wichita plane, got it.
And came out in 1945. Was sent to Kearney, Nebraska for armament.
Yep.
And the crew from the Philadelphia area came to Nebraska by train. The pilot got married in Lincoln, Nebraska before they took the plane. The bombardier signed a chip for $695,000, and off they went to San Francisco. From there they went to Honolulu and then to Guam. And they landed in Guam just as the airfield was being reconstructed.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, that was right after
they flew the airplane 32 missions out of Guam.
No way.
And it was kind of the picture postcard of the airport.
The postcard for the airport.
This is a picture. There was an artist that drew a picture of this airplane
Oh, wow.
in watercolor, and it then became a postage stamp.
Huh.
And this is the crew.
Oh.
And they were on board this airplane in 1994 when it was towed into the hangar. And they're the ones that raised the money to put the airplane in the hangar.
It's a beautiful airplane, sir.
And they're all
That's awesome.
except perhaps one guy from Wilmington, Minnesota, who was one of the gunners on board. He told everybody he was 17, but he was probably 15. And he's the only survivor so far.
What a piece of history.
Yeah.
What a piece of
Nice
history.
plane, a nice history. Everything is in that airplane.
It's
It is
100%
totally
complete.
intact.
Wow.
Totally
Wow.
intact. The bomb sight,
It's got the Norden in it.
it's got a Norden bomb sight in it.
Oh, man.
It has a little food cart in the back. This is the first plane that could carry a food cart. It had a generator back there to keep the food warm.
Yep.
The average flight time for this plane from Guam was 16 to 18 hours.
So you said this plane flew operational missions.
Operational mission.
So like we're talking over Japan, yeah?
What you think?
So-
On the 13th mission,
Yeah.
they had an oil leak at number 4. They had a flak hit at number 3. So
So this plane's
they
been under
got-
fire. Oh my
they
goodness.
got number 4 restarted. So they decided to get back into formation, and as they rose up, they hit the bottom of another B-29 and broke 7 feet off the tail. So now they could only manipulate by engines. They landed at Iwo
No,
Jima.
yeah.
They landed by Iwo Jima, they repaired the tail enough to get back to Guam and flew another 13 missions.
What a history. Unbelievable.
And this plane flew in the last mission of World War II. After the bomb fell, the second bomb, they had a second raid on Toyota, a munitions plant, and
Yes,
then
sir.
after the war,
Yeah.
this flew supplies into POW camps in the Philippines, and then it was sent back to Sacramento in October 1945.
Oh my goodness. This plane has been in a mid-air collision,
It
and
has
it's
about
still
105 holes in it.
105 holes.
Yeah, from patching. So you patched the holes when you got back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mostly underneath, particularly in the bomb bays.
from the flak. Yeah,
Yeah.
That leaves a couple of holes in
Yeah.
aluminum. Last time I
Yeah.
checked. Wow.
So this is one of our few planes that really has a big war history.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I can't even believe that. That's unbelievable. Chuck, Charles, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
that's Chuck.
Chuck, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Wow. It's plane for missions over Japan. That's unbelievable. See, the B-29s that I know most about it. It's boxcar and Enola Gay, right?
Yeah.
I like boxcar. Boxcar is my favorite because I'm from Massachusetts. There's a guy from
Oh, yeah.
Massachusetts flying boxcar,
Yeah.
Chuck Sweeney.
Right.
So I like those planes, but like in terms of like all the other B-29s that are around, I don't know that much about. But
Well, there were 3,980 of them built,
3,900. Okay.
and they were built in Wichita, Renton,
Renton. Yep.
Washington, and in Omaha. There were a few built in South Carolina that they were used for radar
Yep.
control.
Yep.
There are 2 flying, Doc and Fifi,
Yep.
and there
Yep.
are 24 museums, and that's it. That's all
Okay,
the
that's better than what happened to the B-24s. There's one of those.
There's just one flying.
Yeah. The Collins
And then
one.
the
Yeah.
B-36 that's out on the line.
Oh man, that's
There
6 turn
were
and 4 burn.
315 of those built, and there's only 3 left. And we have one of the 3. That's a picture of the
Yeah.
B-36 and the B-29.
Yeah, look at that. The Convair B-36 is out there, guys. Unbelievable. And then there's I think that guy a little bit overweight. He might be a little fat.
Yeah.
Might be a little fat.
The gross takeoff weight of the B-29 loaded was 135,000 pounds. When Colonel Tibbets took off with the first bomb, he was 152. He was 17,000 pounds over gross.
I mean, that thing probably didn't fly too well.
We have a little booklet about it.
Yeah.
At the end of the runway, Colonel Tibbets asked the bombardier if we were flying, and he responded, "We're either flying or we're swimming awfully fast."
I believe that. Didn't they need for the Fat Man? Didn't they need a Tinian? They had like a custom loader, like
Yeah,
they had a
pit
bay. Yeah.
and a hydraulics lift. and
Yeah.
lifted the
Because
bomb
the
in.
Fat Man can't fit under this thing.
No, into the front bay. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, thank you very much. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it. I'm gonna go look around some of these other nice pieces of hardware. Unbelievable. Thank you for your time. He's a Ghostbuster, I swear. Look at this. What? A C-46.
C-46 Commando.
Can you tell me about this? I know nothing about this.
They were used to fly the hump. So that was the biggest thing they did. So the Burma Trail.
Oh, okay.
And they
Yeah.
flew the hump. That was their strong suit. Ice Pilots, the group out of Canada they fly C-46, or they fly C-46 and the DC-3s. This one just can hold way more, but it's an incredibly temperamental airplane.
Yeah. Unreal.
Yeah.
There's so many planes
Yeah.
around.
Oh, there's a couple of them in the corner that I've never heard of before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's get to the ones that we do know. Let's see if we can go down here, Saber. How's the here? Let me check chat. How's the signal holding up,
It's
guys?
been in and out. Right now, it's actually pretty good.
Okay. Burma, China, India Theater. Thanks.
Look at,
And so this is a Curtis, right? This is a
yeah.
Douglas.
Yep.
You got the whole interview. Nice.
They've got a link trainer too.
What's that?
From Link Train.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh heck yeah! Look at this thing.
It's an
F-86.
airplane.
Yeah, man. Look at this thing. Let me read here. This plane flew in the Korean War.
Cool.
Hey, Saber.
Yeah,
It's a Saber.
I know.
Okay. It's a shiny boy right there.
It is.
Look at this thing. That's crazy, dude. And then it's its Korean War counterpart. Old adversaries. Look at that thing. You know that the Millennium Falcon's canopy in Star Wars is from the B-29? I believe that. MiG-15. Look at this thing. Oh man. Freaking MiG.
Signal's really good right here.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
5,000.
I ain't even mad. Yeah.
You guys are panning around here while we have signal. Yeah. Sure. Look at the signal right here, but yeah. Because that's what we were in before.
Look at the guys. Who can tell me what that signal, what that roundel is?
I should really be able to see it.
Guys know what that is? It's DPRK. That's a North Korean arcades. Oh my goodness. All right, there's that. All right, let's go. I know you guys want to see this, so I'll just get out of the way. I don't need to tell you what this is. You know what this is. Huh. Interesting snuckers. Late model Corsair. Yeah. F4U Corsair. A lot of people really like this plane because of its gull wing. See, they couldn't use a straight wing on this plane because the props were too long, so they raised it up and gave it its signature gull wing. These planes were widely used in the Navy. They were used in the Pacific Theater a lot. They're Navy planes. So this is this thing would have. I mean, not this one. This one is this thing was used during training in World War II. But this thing would have been flying off of the deck of the straight deck carriers from the 40s. But the Rockstar. Oh wow. P-51D. North American P-51. One of the best fighter planes of the war. Yeah.
Two over here?
Yes.
That's the number 3 D-52 build,
NASA. Oh really?
and it was the one that dropped the X-51.
Oh, it dropped the extra. Oh. Okay.
Jaeger.
Yeah. Yeah. That dropped.
That thing.
The X, yeah.
Yeah. Fast.
And outside is a 777
Yeah.
that came to us from Cathay Pacific.
Yes, sir.
That's the number 1 777 build.
The first 777.
And the 747 is a Series 100 747s that GE gave us. The DC-10 is the number 3 DC-10 build, and that was given to us by Orbis after it flew for United and then 18 years with Orbis. And that plane is completely equipped.
No. The 747 out there, the one it says GE test propulsion on the side.
Yeah.
Is that the 747 that they used to test the GE9X? So it's the only they put a 777 engine on the 747.
Probably, yeah.
And
Yeah.
okay, that's crazy.
And then there's right outside that door, there's
sir.
a little Adams aeronautical airplane
Yeah.
that they built 4 of them in Denver, and it was supposed to be revolutionize the public aviation, and then he went broke, and it's kind of a neat airplane.
Okay. Must have glossed over. We're already outside. I'll have to check it again.
No, I said, how many minutes? There was 747 out there. I don't know if I missed it. Did I miss the 747? Is it down by my...
It's on the other side of this.
Yeah. I wanted to read about Bad Angel because I think this plane fought.
Yeah, it's got markings on it, like it took them down.
It's got confirmed kills on it. He arrived in the unit in April and shot down 3 BF-109s on April 29th, destroyed 2 more BF-109s on May 19th to become an ace in a little over a month of combat. Over the next 3 months, he shot down a Maki 202 and 2 more Messerschmitt before he was shot down himself by a German fighter in 1943 over Salerno, Italy. Curtis was captured and turned into POW in Rome. A few days later, Italy surrendered, and he and several other American pilots escaped from the camp before the Germans could take over. He made his way out of German-occupied Italy, arriving back in Allied-controlled territory on May 27, 1944. After a brief leave, Curtis volunteered for another combat tour. He was assigned a 3rd Air Commando Group, 4th Fighter Squadron in the Philippines, flying the P-51 Mustang. Curtis arrived in the Pacific Theater on November 19, 1944, and on February 7, 1945, he was shot down by a Mitsubishi Ki-46 reconnaissance plane, making him one of only 3 Americans to have kills against Germany, Italy, and Japan. He shot down.
Yeah.
He wasn't shot down. He shot down a Mitsubishi Ki-46. While attacking the Japanese held island of Bataan in the Philippines, and Formosa, one of Curtis' wingmen was shot down. Curtis stayed in the area to guide a rescue plane and protect the downed pilot. While they were circling, Curtis noticed an aircraft approaching to land at the Japanese base. Upon investigating, he saw it was a Douglas C-47 and it carried American markings. After several attempts to direct the Dakota away from the island failed, Curtis decided that he had no choice but to take drastic measures. Carefully lining up behind the transport, he shot out first one and then the other engine. The C-47 ditched in the ocean about 50 yards from the pilot Curtis had been protecting. As darkness descended, Curtis and his wingman were forced to return to base. The next morning he returned and flew cover while a PBY picked up the downed Mustang and the 12 passengers and crew from the wayward C-47, including 2 female nurses.
Read the last line.
For his actions, Curtis was awarded a Distinguished Flying Cross, making him perhaps the only pilot to receive a medal for shooting down a friendly aircraft. Holy cow.
Amazing.
Is this a replica of his plane, or is this the actual one?
I will double check the front of it.
Gee. Are you kidding me right now? You got a medal for shooting down.
And he had to shoot for the 247.
Hey, well, it's better than
Absolutely.
stranded than being captured
Oh,
by the Japanese.
Yeah.
They were ruthless. Barak, he shot down a C-47. He shot down a C-47 because it was going to land at a Japanese airport. They were lost, and he figured out that they were lost, and he picked their engines off. And if the plane ditched in the ocean, and it ditched kind of near where his buddy was shot down. So he flew back, and then he flew escort for a PBY that came and got them. Like, dude, that's ridiculous. Did you know? Yeah, it's got, yeah, that's right. Look, see. It's got an American flag in the kill box. It's got an American flag in the kill box. Oh, she's leaking a little bit.
Good airplanes on them too.
She's leaking a little bit. Get the kitty litter out. So look at this. This is a P-39 or a P-63. I can't tell. So this is a P-63 Aerocover. This is a really weird plane. It's a US plane. It's made by Bell, but we didn't really use these things that much. We didn't use them. They saw limited combat, but the Soviets are actually the ones that use these things a lot. But the P-30, well, that was more the P-39. The P-63 is a follow-up to it. And the weird thing about this plane is that the engine is behind. Despite it looking like a regular propeller plane, the engine's behind the cockpit. And there's a drive shaft that goes around the cockpit to the front propeller. It's a weird design. These planes were notorious for being a little bit unstable because their center of lift and center of mass are almost directly aligned because the engine's over the wings. So sometimes they can kind of enter flat spins really, really easily. Yeah, there's also this. There's a kinetic energy experiment coming out the front there. Getting it? No, I'm all right.
What's with the wind, dude?
Be here for a while.
You all right? What's with the frickin' wind there, guy?
There's the air conditioning vent right there.
Thank you, Saber. There's an air conditioning vent right there. Oh, dude, they got a cross section. I don't like, dude. Here's the thing, fellas. I don't remember doing this. It's very strange. I don't remember doing this because it was such a different experience that I remember hugging the rocket engines, but dude, what I said and what I went through, I was just watching this. I'm like, I don't really remember talking about all this stuff. Like, I don't remember doing this. So like this footage, it was such a blur because that whole Space Week was ridiculous. This was like right after I talked to Charlie Duke and stuff the day before. Like, how long ago was this? 2019. Yeah. 2019, late 2019. This was probably about 3 or 4 months before the pandemic started. No, it's sometimes like I don't remember seeing this P-63 there. I mean, it's obviously I was there. Like that whole trip was such an out of body experience, dude. Like, it's crazy. Did you see my link about naval history and heritage? YouTube, tons of good old videos. Cool. Yeah, you're right. We'll have more in the future. We need more VFTs. Saber, yeah, we do need more VFTs. If it's for Airways or if we just do it with Twitch, I don't care, dude. I want to get back out to it, man. Actually, what I'd really like to do, what I think would be really awesome, is to see, like, I had this idea, and this is kind of where I was thinking we'd go with VFTs, and I talked to Das about it too. It was basically like the next level for VFTs where we would stream restoring a plane for the museum, you know? Yeah, I know, Saber, right? Dude, that whole trip was a blur, man. I don't really remember. I remember the house that we stayed at. I remember that. And I remember driving around, and I remember Space Fest. Pima was such a blur, dude. We did 90% of the museum in like 2 days. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. I'll keep showing those during on break and stuff. We got a fever pitch in Pima. Yeah, no, yeah, well, I got nasty heat stroke that night, dude. I didn't drink enough water. Yeah, that VOD is somewhere. Love to go to Duxford. Yeah, dude, it would be fun doing these again. I gotta go a little bit less with the crazy eyes though. I just get so hyped up, dude, because it's so freaking cool. Like, I see it, I'm just like, damn, that's awesome, you know. The Air Force Museum is in Ohio. I think Saber, did we have Wright-Patterson teed up? I think we did. I think that was guys. Saber, Das, and I, and Airways or Vectors and stuff. We had stuff ready to go. The pandemic killed it, and that's not an excuse. I mean, well, it kind of is, but yeah. Yeah, that's right, Hell Hydra. Yep. Oh, nice, Staples. That's cool. Everything gives you 3 days. Aerospace, space, water park. Yeah, Das has done streams. Das and Saber did streams from there before. I'm going to Udvar Hazy with a girlfriend in a few weeks. So excited. Nice. Yep. We want to be safe, so yes is an excuse. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's more of a personal thing. I really can't stand how everybody blames everything on the pandemic now, dude. How long is that going to last for, you know? Like, when do we get back to it? You know, but then again, that's really not a decision either, but I digress. Yeah, COVID really screwed that up, guys. We had Wright-Patterson planned, I'm pretty sure. We had that planned. We had, what else? What else was on the docket, Saber? I forget, dude. I forget. It seems like so long ago. You have so much history in your area you could show also. Yeah, I gotta go. I should go and talk to the museums. I saw science and clicked immediately. Thanks, Robotic. Yeah, this is my space news segment. EJ's Space and Rocket Review. You two girls, tell your friends. Where we basically talk about what's going on a day-to-day basis with in the spaceflight industry. I have footage from Boca Chica to look at. We got a couple of Rocket Lab videos. I mean, there's a whole list of ideas that are in various stages. Yeah, we got to get back on that. But I'm not sure if, like, Stas going to have time? Stas going to have time to do any of this, though? I don't know. He's definitely got his hands full, but yeah, we'll have to talk to him, figure it out. Ooh, so did you know that the Thor rocket that was used for NASA was also an ICBM? PGM-111 Thor missile. Yeah, on duty from, what is it, like 1957 to like the mid-60s? Yeah, Yep. They used Thor, and then it was Thor Delta, and then it became Delta 5000, then Delta 6000, then Delta 7000, which is Delta 2, and then Delta 8000, which is Delta 3, and then Delta 9000, which is Delta 4. Yep. Oh yeah, dude. You want to talk to me about history with the rocket motors? Dude, I know all that stuff. Any rocket. Well, except for ICBMs. I don't know ICBMs too well, but there's a reason why I don't know ICBMs too well. Yep, it became Thor Delta, and then they had a Thor Agena variant of it, and yeah, I mean, the Thor rocket was one of the first ones to pioneer like attachable solid rocket motors to increase TWR at liftoff to launch heavier payloads and heavier upper stages up into space. I mean, yeah, the Delta family of rockets is pretty cool, and it sucks that it's on its way out. There's only 4 Delta rockets left that are gonna fly. 4 Delta, 4 heavies, and that's it. And then we're done. The Delta program literally spanned 60 years. Yeah. Delta never went over 9,000. Yep. Yep. Did the new live view gear you wanted to buy come out yet? I think so, John, but we still have the live view in case for other Route 154s, just in case. You really should try to catch one of those last launches in person. Yep. Yeah, the Thor rocket. The cool story about the Thor rocket, it's loosely related to the Saturn 1B and the Saturn 1, because the Saturn 1B is a bunch of Jupiter and Juno rockets all put together. All strapped together with like a ring, right? Kind of like what you do in KSP almost, and it has Thor engines at the bottom, which was a Rocketdyne H1. The H1, sorry, gotta turn the fans on. It's getting a little warm in here. The H1 became the RS-27, and the RS-27 saw its last flight on ISAT 2 in 2019. Yeah, last Delta 2. Are you good? You look tired. I didn't get much sleep last night, Forge. Yeah, and I had to be up like super early this morning. The stuff with the car and the check engine light is such a pain in the butt, dude. I hate new cars. I can't stand them. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to sit here and talk about stupid stuff. There's a SpaceX thing about sustainability there. But I'll be honest, the space news cycle has kind of slowed down a little bit. We're just kind of waiting for Artemis 1 and the Starship orbital flight test, dudes. You know? Gas cap. No. So a mouse got into the wire harness on Brimo's car, on the Fusion, the leased car, which I don't want to work on because it's a lease. It's not my car. And yeah, it's like $400 to fix that part of the wire harness, and that's why the check engine light was being thrown. It was a check engine light on the camshaft position sensor, which, I mean, that doesn't really jive too well because, I mean, maybe that was a separate thing. Who knows? That doesn't really jive too well because I reset the codes with an OBD2 sensor. I reset it, and then when you turn the car back on, it came back on. So it could still be a voltage problem, but whatever. Yeah, Ford, you know, that's just, you know, chewing up wire harness is not covered under warranty on a leased car, which is like, I mean, guys, I'm like, why am I paying to fix your car, Ford? So that's kind of stupid, but hey, whatever. It's not a hybrid. No. 2.0 turbo all-wheel drive. Yeah. It's kind of dumb. Artemis 3 pictures. Yeah, I can load those up. So, yeah, that's what's going on. We had to drive to the dealer this morning to drop the car off, and yeah. If the wires are nutritive, yeah, Soapbox, that's what Brimo was telling me. Brimo said they did some research. He was telling me that new cars, they make the wires out of more sustainable stuff like soy. So, Mouse, it's food. The wires are food. Great. Good. I freaking hate new cars, man. I hate them so much. I can't stand them. Even Fords, dude. It's like, okay. Well, I will be back and I go to the store. All right, Robotical, we'll be here. It's always good eating. Yeah, for rodents. I mean, for people too. For people too. I'm not trying to say anything. No, please. You know, yeah, it's... Come on, dealers got to make their profit somehow. No, yeah, I get it. Might play KSP while watching you too. Yeah, that's right. I don't know, man. They're making it out of more sustainable products. You make it out of more sustainable products, then Mises are going to get it, you know? Can we get a car wire harness cooking stream? Yeah, it'll be like making spaghetti. So, yeah, I mean, that's what's going on. It's like $400. It's a real pain in the butt because that's coming. That $400 is basically coming out of our down payment fund for a house, which is just, I mean, but hey, guys, you know, like, I ain't trying to blame anybody. It's not Ford's fault. It's, you know, sometimes you could do everything right and still lose. It's just life. Life does that. So it doesn't bother me too much, you know, like, I could try and fix it, but honestly, it's probably better to just, like, that's the thing about daily drivers. Daily drivers need to be 100%. And don't get me wrong, the Mustang is 100%. I drove it to the dealership this morning to pick up Brimo because she dropped her car off. But I don't want to drive the Mustang if it snows again. You know, fortunately it rained and it's been actually kind of nice here lately, so the roads, you know, I always don't, just because there's no snow on the ground doesn't mean I drive it. I wait until the rain washes all the salt off the roads and then I drive it, you know. Ford, it isn't bad for rat damage. Yeah, Sawyer. But I'm honestly thinking that the rodent damage is inconsequential to the check engine light. I'm pretty sure the check engine light is there. Pretty sure the check engine light is there because we didn't change the oil. For whatever reason, the sensor needs to have oil splashed on it. Or it can... I don't know. I don't know, dude. But, yeah, because the car would go into limp mode if it didn't have camshaft position sensor position. Camshaft position sensor? Camshaft position sensor data. It would limp mode. It absolutely would. Which is strange. So, I think that the rodent wire thing is... I'm pretty damn sure it's inconsequential to the check engine light. I think the check engine light came on because the car sits and we hadn't changed the oil in a while. Can you change the oil and then reset the sensor? I did, but it just pops back on, Yarg. I bought a cheap OBD2 sensor, which just tells you the codes. It'll tell you the code, and then you can reset the code, and that's it. Now, that's kind of cool, Jen. Can we watch this for tomorrow's break time? Link it again, John, tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. Let me take a look. What is it? Oh. Yeah, dude. Yeah, link it up. All you do is constantly work on Nice. Yeah. No, guys, once again, if this was my car, the Fusion isn't ours. Brimo leased it because we weren't sure if we didn't want to buy another car when she moved here. I have enough of those. And she needed it to commute to work, but she used it to commute to work for like 3 or 4 months, and then that stopped. So, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's what's going on. It is what it is, man. Like, it's not our car, so I'm annoyed that I have to pay to fix Ford's car, which is kind of stupid because it's a lease, but you know what, man? It is what it is. Would this qualify for a break video? Let me see. Oh. Yeah, any NASA footage we can show, no problem. But anyway. Oh, man. I always eat real quick during break, and I always end up going later because I scarf the food too quickly. All right, so let's see what we got. Once again, fellas, the news cycle has been, like, dead slow lately. Dead slow. Yeah, not much is going on, which is annoying. We do have a launch tomorrow. Or no, we have an Artemis 1 meeting tomorrow. Yeah, there is Formula 1 stuff. There was a picture of Red Bull's side pod ducts today for the car. We can look at that. I'm trying to look, see, we should have a Starlink out of Vandenberg on the 25th, so that's on Friday. No tentative time just yet. Yeah, there's just, slow week, dudes. Can this damage the wing? Warning, it's loud. Okay. There's a tank rolling from Boca. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll go and we'll check the Starship stuff too. I have that already, Smirk. Yeah, the Rocket Lab news. Yep. What is this, Forge? Let's take a look. But yeah, there really isn't a lot. There's not a lot of stuff. We're kind of in a holding pattern here. February there's usually a lull in launches right now. You usually see towards the end of Q1, you usually see the launches go down because in the beginning of Q1, everybody's launching the stuff that was left over from Q4. Straight up. So yeah, there's usually kind of a lull, and then it should go up. Basically from here, we're kind of at the low point. I mean, but even then, our low point right now is still Starlink launch every week, so that's pretty cool. So, all right, Forge, this is loud, so I'm going to turn the sound down here. What is this? Can this damage the wing?
God.
No, it won't damage the wing. It'll damage the turbine, though. I was gonna say this kind of looks like compressor stall, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that the mixture is not right, because you're literally getting unburnt fun coming out the back of the engine. Yeah, that's not really, and it's coming out the turbojet. So this could be compressor stall. I mean, once again, this happens if you screw up the mixture on a jet engine. So basically, if you peg the throttle on a jet engine, and you don't give the thing time to spool up, you'll do the equivalent of flooding an engine, and it basically does that. Yeah, it's not going to screw up the wing at all. Compressor stall, just, yeah. I mean, it's not going to do the engine any favors, that's for sure. But like flooding a old engine with a carburetor, it's not going to hurt it too bad. But it probably isn't helping, you know. Yeah, this looks like they flooded it, Maggie. The mixture's all screwed up. Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, the FADEC needs to dial that thing in like ASAP. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, she's fine. Yeah, that's fine. It'll be okay. I mean, Maggie, a few failed starts will flood it. Yeah. I mean, Maggie, yeah, you tell me, dude. Is compressor stall like that gonna mess it up? It's probably. I mean, it's probably not gonna help, but it's probably not gonna hurt either. It's just, yeah, not intended operation. Like stalling an automobile, that doesn't break anything necessarily. It just doesn't work. You just got to start over. Need to watch JPT. Jet pipe temperature. Just joined. That's not right. That's not compressor stall. That's what happens when you try to start the jet engine with the ignition off and then turn on the igniter after fuel has entered and exited the combustion chamber. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so compressor stall is when you just deliver too much fuel too fast. That's kind of the same thing, but it's kind of not. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Bad startup procedure, right? New tank is going to the pad, Thomas. Cool. All right, so next bit here, let's see what we got. So this is a little bit of Formula One news. So that's a picture of Red Bull's side pod duct. Very, very, very interesting design here. Nobody's put like a wing out in front of the side duct like this before. The igniters get clogged with carbon. Ooh, yeah. Maggie, I imagine that's a real big pain in the butt for any A&P. Huh. Yeah, gotta go in and clean that out. That's probably fun. Yeah, wing duct. Yeah, look at that. So these side pods got... What the hell kind of face is that? I think I was like, hey, what up? What up, bro? These side pods here are to the radiators. And they could be to other things. It really depends on the car. This is the intake for the radiators that keep the engine cool. Never had any trouble replacing them, but it always kicked everyone's butt. Yeah. Walmart. Okay. Couple of tweets. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's not like any other side pod that we've seen from any of the F1 cars, so sleepy. Yeah, interesting. I mean, dude, look at the barge board, dude. It looks like a broken piece of tinfoil. I mean, Novus, do you see this? They're trying to get turbulent air to go to different spots underneath the car, you know? See, it looks like someone stepped on it. So it'll be banned in a year? Yeah, no, they probably wouldn't get too... F1 probably wouldn't ban this unless it had some kind of crazy advantage over everything else. Also, it's kind of interesting that Red Bull is ducting their side mirrors. Side mirror is designed to accelerate air somewhere. See? It's got half of a duct around the side mirror. It's probably designed to shoot air down here, if I had to guess. I mean, the wings usually... With cars... Aerodynamic elements usually point where... Aerodynamic elements usually point where they want the air to go. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Like, that's why they're making turbulent air underneath the car on purpose. See how it looks like someone stepped on the barge board. Yeah, season's gonna be interesting, man. Yeah. That's my guess, Mycon. I mean, obviously they're trying to get the air to go here. So that air is going to come in this way, and it's going to get shot that way along the side pod, or along the back of the car, and then the wing is right there. My guess wouldn't be the wing, though. My guess is that there's low pressure, probably down here near the rear axle, so it's probably trying to suck the air down in here. To get high pressure over the top of the diffuser. See the diffuser right there? That's a guess, though. I don't know for sure. What's the orange-ish hose on the back? Brake cooling. Yeah, that's a brake cooler. Yep, they basically take leaf blowers and they attach leaf blowers to the brake ducts because Formula One cars, like I said, so all right, you guys know how like a second stage on a rocket, for instance, is designed to operate in the vacuum. The second stage is, yeah, I guess you could fire them down here, but you'd run into some pretty bad problems with the nozzle and you know, cavitation inside of the engine and whatnot. It's not really designed to work here. Just like another example would be like a submarine. A submarine is designed to work underwater and on the surface, right? You know, trying to attempt to make a submarine fly would be a little weird. Could it be done? Yeah, sure. But how this applies to a Formula One cars, the Formula One cars are designed to go fast. They're designed to hit nominal temperatures when they're going 200 miles an hour. So leaving the car stationary like that is really bad for the brakes. It's bad for the brakes. It's bad for engine cooling. The engine will overheat if you keep it stationary for too long. The engine is designed to have air coming in at high speed to keep the thing cool. If you don't go fast enough in a Formula One car, the engine will melt. And believe it or not, if you don't go fast enough, the brakes won't work. But simultaneously, if you drive the car really, really hard and you drive it around the track, right, and then you park it, you bring it back into the paddock, the brakes will melt. Yeah, the brakes will overheat. It's designed to work at high speed, and that's pretty much it. That's the nominal area for temperatures and cooling and whatnot. Yeah, if you drive too slow, yeah, it won't handle as well. It's designed to go fast. It has to go fast. That's kind of cool. I always thought that was neat. It's like the space shuttle. The space shuttle has to go fast. If it doesn't go fast, it doesn't work. If the space shuttle is, at any point during its flight, is going under 200 miles an hour, it either just took off the pad or it's about to touch the gear down. If it goes under 200 miles an hour at any other point in the flight or 320 kph, it does not space shuttle correctly. They figured that out during the approach and landing tests. On the NASCAR tire issues, the statement read, NASCAR met with next-gen suppliers and several race teams this week to discuss wheel specifications. Following that discussion, NASCAR made small adjustments to increase the upper tolerance on the pin and pilot bores for Fontana. NASCAR will reevaluate with suppliers and race teams and determine a path forward following this weekend's race. Interesting. All right, Phil, what do you got for me here? What is this? So that's that one, and here's another one. Let's see. Sebastian Vettel reports on his first driving impressions. In slow corners, the car is as sluggish as a truck. This is due to the heavy weight. It's really fun in the fast corners. We're getting there so quickly. Oh, man, that car looks nice. Didn't the aerodynamics guy from Red Bull quit last season and move on to sailboats? He got tired of all the regulations. Newey? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're talking about Adrian Newey. I mean, Adrian Newey's been in Formula One off and on for like 30 years, so yeah, he doesn't care. He's done. Yeah, Finn, this season's gonna be weird, man. Newey still works on Red Bull. Nice. On what tester mission did they actively see that sinker instability? Approach and landing test flight 4. Testing pilot-induced oscillation on the shuttle. NASA ALT-4. Or maybe it was ALT-5. Hang on one second. I forget which one it was. Flight 5 had the PIO. Thank you. Let's see if we got a good shot of it. Here, let's take a look. Watch this. So once again, they did this on purpose. See? Look at that blackness. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little... Did you see it? It was very close. Squall, ¿qué pasa, amigo? They weren't testing the PIO was caused by control input loop through the FCC's incurring a delay through the input and output. Yeah, I literally everyone I've talked to says that was PIO, but I mean, I've never heard anybody say that before. So, I mean, take it for what it's worth. So, okay, the point to watch is right here. So, interesting, Demon. So watch right here. You see that? You see the shuttle literally stop generating lift? It's really easy to spot. Watch. Right about here, the shuttle goes under 200 miles an hour. Watch Enterprise's gear. See that? That's how they learn. Whether it was PIO or not, I mean, like I said, every other time I've mentioned this, I've said it was PIO, and everyone's like, yep. And then I've watched other YouTubers say it's also PIO. Scott pretty much said that, if I'm remembering his YouTube right. I could be wrong. Pilot-induced oscillation on purpose. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Either way, I mean, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They figured out what happens when it doesn't perform when it's within its nominal window. Now, whether it was induced or not, it's really not the point of what I'm trying to get at. But yeah, watch. You see the shuttle basically lose airspeed, and the thing hits the ground like a frickin' brick. Watch. Right? Here, watch it just fall. See that? It was only for a second, but yeah, it's good telemetry nonetheless. Yeah, it's yeah, it stalled. You basically stalled the shuttle. The shuttle doesn't fly very well below 200 miles an hour. It falls out of the sky. Yeah. It needs to go fast to get those control surfaces to work. This was the first test of the Boeing right with the RS-25s exposed. Boeing was not involved with the Space Shuttle Orbiter, Blackness, until like 96, 97. It's Rockwell International. Why did the shuttle need such a large dorsal fin, for lack of a better word? Big rudder? Okay. Omni, let's look at it for a second. Now, you look at the shuttle. Not why does it have that? What are they trying to do? What does a rudder do? Let's think about it, dude. The rudder doesn't get... No. The rudder doesn't turn on the space shuttle. The shuttle used roll for turning. What does the rudder and the V-stab do? Better way to ask that question. So, it provides yaw. Now, why would the shuttle need such a big rudder? That's an awfully big rudder for such a short aircraft. For such a short airframe. That's as big as a 737's rudder. And a 737 is like almost twice as long. Well, maybe not twice as long, but you get the idea. So, the shuttle has control surfaces up at the top, and it's a rudder that can do this, right? And the reason why I have two hands together is because it's also the speed brake. You can slow down with that. Now, once again, that doesn't... I mean, you could have put speed brakes in other places. Why put speed brakes here? And why make the thing so ridiculously tall? Well, the problem is the shuttle's center of mass is over here, guys. We know that the center of mass is pretty much right in front of the landing gear, right? It has to be right here. If it was behind the landing gear, the shuttle would go to land and it would just do a wheelie all the way to wheel stop, and you'd scrape up that body flap. So we know that the center of mass it's tricycle landing gear. The center of mass is somewhere up here. But you also know that because your wings, you're running a delta wing with the shuttle, that your center of lift is somewhere back here as well. And with a re-entry vehicle, you generally want your center of lift and center of mass to be over each other. If you have your center of lift behind your center of mass, that means you need to keep the nose up to get the plane to fly right. That's how like a 737 or an A320 fly. The center of thrust, basically where the engines are, is hanging underneath the center of mass. So when you throttle, it naturally wants to make the plane nose up. Shuttle doesn't have that. It doesn't have that because it doesn't have engines. The engines that it does have need a huge external tank to work correctly, and then the OMS engines are not strong enough to do anything here. They're about as useful as a desk fan. So, in this particular situation. So, the shuttle has to have its center of lift over its center of mass. And we know that the center of lift, their center of mass is generally in front of your landing gear, in front of your main landing gear. All right? Because when they slowed the shuttle down, the nose gear comes down and it doesn't just want to do a wheelie. So the center of mass is like right here by the S in the United States. And that, coincidentally, is basically where the center of lift is on the shuttle as well. The shuttle has a rearward center of mass bias. Okay? Rear center of mass bias. It's generally towards the back of the vehicle. It has a rear weight bias like a Porsche does or a DeLorean where the engine is in the back because the shuttle has the engines in the back. Now, with a car, that can provide snap oversteer. With a plane, that can, in certain instances, can provide instability. Basically, the equivalent of snap oversteer in an airplane. You'll know it when you see it. You know, your plane will be flying, and then if your center of mass goes behind the center of lift, your plane's going to want to fly backwards. Now, you can't have that with the shuttle, can you? That wouldn't be good. So, because you have a rearward center of mass bias, you still also need this thing to be able to fly straight. It needs to be stabilized. It can't, or else it will be extremely susceptible to basically that same phenomenon that I'm talking about. It'll be susceptible to drifting, snap oversteer in the air. So you're going to need something that's going to stabilize it on the vertical axis, basically to avoid something, like I said, called side slip, which is basically drifting an airplane. It makes the airframe very aerodynamically unstable. So let's look at a picture of like a 747, for instance, right? Just any picture will do. So where is the center of mass on a 747? Center of mass on a 747 somewhere like right here, right? Center of thrust is below center of mass, and center of lift is pretty much right on the COM. That's right where the big wings are, right? Where's the rudder? Where's the rudder? The rudder's way over here. It's literally the furthest thing away from the center of mass as possible. Why? Why would it be far away? Well, you need it to be far away because the further it is away, the more moment it has on the airplane. Basically, the further your rudder is away from your center of mass, the more stable your plane is going to be. Hence the term stabilizer, vertical stabilizer, horizontal stabilizer. Also, yay! So, now, knowing moment of inertia on airplanes and whatnot, and knowing that the shuttle center of mass is near the back, why does it have a big rudder on me? Knowing what you know about that, why would you have that way? Because you need to generate a lot of vertical stabilization or the shuttle's going to slip out of control. It needs to be that big because it's so damn close to the center of mass. The shuttle doesn't have the luxury of being able to put the rudder as far away from the center of mass as possible. If you did, if you wanted to put it far away, you'd be up here, and that wouldn't stabilize anything. That would destabilize it because your center of lift would be too far forward. Basically, it has a huge freaking vertical stabilizer on it because it has to compensate for the fact that the center of mass is right here. And you can't put it up front. The only place that they could put it is in the back. So you need a big stabilizer. Now, the other particular reason for that is because the shuttle is going through a hypersonic orbital to hypersonic to supersonic to transonic to subsonic. That basically means that air is going to be moving all over this thing in any and all different ways. So here, let me show you. Now, when stuff flies through the air, we know it leaves a wake. It leaves a wake of high pressure called a boundary layer. I mean, yeah, that's more or less the right thing to say. So we need rocket research pictures. I need shuttle. right here. These boundary layers change between hypersonic, supersonic. The angle of this, it depends really how fast you're going. The faster you go, the tighter the angle is going to be. Believe it or not, the slower you go, that fans out. It's like the best visualization, not necessarily an analogy, is a boat wake. When a boat is going slow, the wake kind of radiates out. When it's going fast, the wake tends to be more straight, right? Same thing happens with aerodynamics because air is a fluid. Air is fluid, just like liquid is. The difference is compressibility. That's one of the reasons that a liquid, a solid is a solid, or solid is solid, gas is a gas. Now, you see, because this changes the angle, now, you know, because this changes, the angle of this changes, there are parts through the shuttle's flight regime where this thing gets dirty air. And going back to Formula One, you know what dirty air does to cars. It makes them not work. So dirty air with a space shuttle is going to make the shuttle stabilizer not work very well. So, but then again, this doesn't really need to work during re-entry. The RCS is more important during re-entry. Now, with that being said, you're still going through the supersonic regime, post-entry heating, and you're still going through transonic. And when you do that, at certain points, right, the boundary layer will go over this wing. That's the other reason why it's so tall. Because at certain points, this will collect the air correctly. But it's like hypersonics would be like this. The hypersonic fin would go up more like this. Like this is about halfway through re-entry right there, that visualization. Note that the plasma boundary layer on the bottom is a lot closer than it is on the top. Hence, dark tiles down here, light tiles and Nomex on the top. It's the hottest right at the nose cone where the RCC is, and also the wing leading edge. Got to remember that this boundary, this hypersonic like wall of plasma that the shuttle hits because of compressing air to the point of ionization, that cone around the shuttle does vary. And there are certain points where it crosses the wings, which is why the shuttle has reinforced carbon-carbon on most of its wing leading edge, because there are times when the plasma at higher speeds will start like right here, and then it'll fan out as it goes slower, which is once again why that in the picture here, you see where the plasma is the closest. It's the closest on the wing. You see that shock? That shock moves out over the wings over time, but note that there's nothing over here. So when the shuttle gets into the supersonic and then transonic and then subsonic, right, you're getting varying boundary layers. And keep in mind, guys, this is just one facet. It's 1,000 bajillion times more complicated, this thing. I'm just picking out one thing, one reason why the shuttle's tail is so large. And I know it's for stability. They need to make it big because this happens. That happens right there. This is a hypersonic window. Like, this is hypersonic visualization, but with supersonics, it does the same thing. The shuttle has to fly like this, right? Shuttle has to fly like this, and then think about it. We've seen the shuttle land a bajillion times. Think about what it does when it comes out, when it comes into supersonic, which is below Mach 5, and then from Mach 5 to 1.2 Mach, and then from 1.2 to 0.8 Mach is transonic, and then from 0.8 to stop is subsonic. Think about what it does. So we can watch a landing here. So shuttle landing. I'm just gonna, this is all NASA footage, so it's fine. So if you look, see what it does? It noses down. Why does it nose down? So it can get air over that control surface. Also, it won't fly if you try to nose up. It'll just fall. Not that I know of, Pixig. Okay, maybe a dumb question. I was thinking if fluids cannot be compressed, then how do you get pressure? Then how do you get pressure such as fuel pressure? Slackstar, I'll get to that in a second. Tourniquet, 41 months here. Look at, see, he's real. I mean, they're really putting that nose down on that shuttle. to get air over that speed brake. So believe it or not, they're getting air over that thing so it can create drag and stabilize and slow down the shuttle correctly. And then, yeah, I mean, look, he's even nose down in this picture. This is 119. I'm not sure who was on the flight deck here. Yeah, see, look, dude, look at it sink. Look at her sink. Unbelievable. Look at that thing. Watch the shuttle and watch the ground. Don't like focus on the shuttle. Don't focus on the ground. Just sit in kind of like how you'd look at a magic eye. All right. You know, anybody use the remember reading the magic eye in the paper? Look at it like that. Just kind of use your peripheral. Now watch. Watch how fast the shuttle is approaching the ground. Dude, it's pretty nuts, huh? Look at that. Oh, man, that thing's falling real fast. My last, I need to know, the shuttle provides stability on the x-axis. That's horizontal stability. It depends on the vehicle. X, Y, Z axis are localized to certain vehicles, Ponzister. I don't know if it's the x-axis. I know it's side slip. What do you think it's dropping at? I don't know. 100? 1,000 FPM maybe? I don't know. It's definitely going. How fast is it going when it touches the runway? Somewhere above 200 miles an hour. It's just above 200 miles an hour. Shuttle touches down at an absurdly high speed. Very, very fast. Even by like an airliner standard. Yeah, airliners don't touch the ground this quickly. How much does ground effect come into play? You tell me. What do you think? Ground effect, yeah, ground effect's a big deal. Part of the reason why the shuttle can actually land correctly is because of the ground effect. The ground effect gives you a cushion. Look at, I mean, just look, you could literally see it. It's visualized right in this shot right here. Look at how distorted the picture is underneath the shuttle. Simultaneously, look at how crisp it is above the shuttle. You could see the distortion happening. Why? Why is there distortion? Well, air is being compressed underneath the shuttle. And when air gets compressed, it gets hot. When the whole bottom of the shuttle, it's a blended wing lifting body, is forcing air down under here. And that's creating the ground effect. You see how it's all blurry? It's really easy to spot when you watch it kind of in real time. It's fine right now. It's not bad. But look, right in here. You see it gets all blurry right in there? Ground effect, baby. That it needs the ground effect to land. If there was no ground effect, the shuttle would crash just right into the ground. So yeah, it uses, that's part of the reason why it does this. The other part of the reason, the other reason why the shuttle generates so much lift right at the end of the window is because of the, I call them armpit delta wings, but that's not what they're called. It's a straight delta wing like this. You know what else has that? Has this type of straight delta wing? Whitney, you actually reminded me. Hi, by the way. Look. Look at the wing on Concorde. Look at the shape. Very important to understand. Oh, a straight delta wing. It's just a little bit of a different shape, but it's almost the exact same thing. Concorde's a little bit longer. Same idea. And what is it doing? Well, this straight delta wing thingamajigger. Well, the armpit right there is that's the big thing to understand. Right there. See where this black dotted line ends? Right there. Just like the shuttle. That's really important. So what does that do? So when Concorde needs to land, it needs to get that nose up in the air so they can make a bunch of lift so they can land it correctly. Now, you could do that with any type of wing, but this armpit delta wing right here, that little brake is designed to generate insane amounts of turbulent air over the top of the wing. It's purposely designed to swirl air over the top.
Discovery, go
Why? Why is it designed to do that? Well, if it's making turbulent air over the top of this wing, that's low pressure. Turbulent air, disrupted air, non-laminar flow is disrupted air. That's low pressure. They generate insane amounts of low pressure over the wings with this design. And that, coupled with the high angle of attack, makes super high pressure underneath the wing. And the difference in pressure between what the air flowing over the top and bottom of a wing is really how much lift you make. The bigger that pressure differential, the more lift you're going to make, and coincidentally, the more drag you're going to make as well. It's very interesting because Concorde and the shuttle literally have the same wing. It's not the exact same wing. They're two totally different airframes. They have the same style of wing, but they have the same style of wing for two different reasons. One, the Concorde needed to be long and straight so it can stabilize at high speed. The shuttle is short and stubby, but it has the same wing because this thing is aerodynamically unstable at low speed because it's designed to go fast. The shuttle is very aerodynamically unstable at low speed. It's also designed to go fast. So it's cool how two vehicles with completely different purposes have the same exact style of wing on them because just by chance they both need to be able to land at an extremely high angle of attack, or they basically suck at handling at low speed. So they have a similar wing. The shuttle is generating insane amounts of drag off the top of the wing right here. Insane amounts of drag. Look at you could still see, like, you see how in the background you could still see like the leaves on the trees? Look, see how there's smoke right here? I mean, keep in mind that's from the landing gear touching down, right? You see how crisp that is? It's about as crisp as it is over here, but if you look at it right here, it's all blurry. It's visualized right there. You can see how much low pressure the shuttle is generating under there. Now, or on top of there. Now that combined with the ground effect, the high pressure that happens from the ground effect, makes it so the shuttle, basically, you nosedive at the runway, and then at the last second, you pull the nose up, and that gives you, for like a split second, maybe about 10 to 15 seconds, that makes it so the shuttle generates enough lift to get its vertical speed to 0 and lightly touch down. You wait any longer, it falls out of the sky. If you do it too early, if you nosedive too early and gain too much speed, then you're going to generate too much lift and it'll go back up in the air, and then you'll fall out of the sky. Yeah. It's an insane piece of engineering, man. The fact that they made something that it's basically only designed to generate enough lift to make the thing fly straight, like during landing, to make it basically go up or get your altimeter to 0 right when it's supposed to land. It'll go right to your thighs and then you'll blow up. Hey, Killer Fun, I'm doing good. SpaceX's version of duck and cover. I'll have to check that out. Does the Blackbird have similar problems? We could look at it. So, yeah, I mean, Omni, long story short, I didn't mean to get into this much detail, but long story short, the shuttle has that big of a wing because its own fat freaking nose is in the way. And because the center of mass is so far back, in order to get this thing to not side slip, you're going to need a big stabilizer up there. Because it doesn't... A normal-sized stabilizer wouldn't have enough moment to be able to get the shuttle to fly straight. Now, there were other versions, in later versions of the shuttle, that had 2 vertical stabilizers here and here to get you the same kind of effect, right? And then just nothing on the top because something up there is basically not going to work. It's not getting laminar flow, so if it's not getting laminar flow, it's not working correctly. But with the shuttle, this worked. The XB-70 used canards. Yeah, Edmana, it needed to use canards because they couldn't do a straight delta wing like this. They needed a straight delta wing for the compression lift. That's a whole different story. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. Does this design principle work in KSP? No. This is entirely dependent on fluid dynamics simulation, which is something that KSP doesn't do. You could fake it, though. So short lever arm has a big lever hand. Bingo. Yep, Barak, same stuff. Yep. Now, you guys wanted to look at the SR-71. Well, the SR-71 is... That thing's on a whole nother level of ridiculous. So you tell me, one of these pictures has the hint here, but you tell me, like, look at this thing. I mean, also SR-71, just hing. I mean, look at it. Does it have a straight delta wing? Nope. It just has a regular delta wing. See that? Just a straight regular delta wing on an SR-71. Also, really nice S3 right there. And A7. Nice planes. This looks like Pima. It is Pima. Nice. All right. So, It just has a regular delta wing, right? Or does it? Well, the SR-71 has a very distinctive fuselage. The fuselage looks like a diamond. Tessa, that's not gonna. It's not gonna do. It's not gonna do that. It's not gonna do what you think it's gonna do. Up here, see the sides of the fuselage? That's your strake. So it does. Or does it? No, it does. It absolutely does. It doesn't look like it, but it's there. Kelly Johnson knew that this thing was going to swirl like crazy. So, what does that tell you about the SR-71 when it would come into land? High angle of attack and a lot of thrust, similar to Concorde. And boom, there's your picture showing it. It was right there. It was right there in the background the whole time. Look at that thing. I mean, I actually think that's takeoff, but take a look. There's your vortex, right? There's vortices getting generated off the wing. Look where the biggest clouds are. Right there. See? Same idea. Yeah, same thing. It's just a little bit of a different shape. Why? Why is it a little bit of a different shape? Well, it's a little bit of a different shape than the Concorde or the Space Shuttle because the Concorde, SR-71, the Space Shuttle, it's all about application. The SR-71 is designed to go Mach 3. Concorde is designed to go Mach 2. So the design is a little bit different. The shuttle's designed to go Mach 25. So, yeah, the design changes depending on where you're operating, what regime you're operating in. Where's it going? Where's it going? It depends. Because the engines are in the freaking way. Yeah, something like that. But here, check this picture out. Same exact thing. Look at how much condensation is being generated over the top of those wings. Because the whole fuselage is the strake. Yeah. So the SR-71's like Mach 3. Concorde is Mach 2. That's really where it was designed to operate. You see how different... Look at the difference in shape. They're almost kind of the same thing. It's a similar shape. I mean, Concorde... I don't know. What plane do you think looks cooler? I mean, you see, look, the strake's built into the fuselage. It's all one fluid shape. And you can see the interesting thing here to me is that the SR-71 on the back here is starting to look like the shuttle. Like, see how the bottom is beveled like that? It's starting to, I mean, oh, that's Peter Beck. Hi, Peter Beck. It's starting to look a lot like the shuttle. The shuttle does that, but for a different reason. It's funny because the faster you go, right? The faster you go, the more blunt the thing gets. It gets less aerodynamic the faster you go. Look at Dream Chaser, Buran, X-37B, Space Shuttle. The faster you go, the more blunt of a shape you need. It's very counterintuitive. Look at Starship. Starship's just a grain silo. It's not very aerodynamic at all. It's very aerodynamic from the front, but Starship doesn't re-enter like this. It re-enters like that. Peter, yeah, right. Also, SR-71. You see, but it's interesting because the SR-71's starting to incorporate some of the, like, it almost looks like it should go into space, but it doesn't. The SR-71 does not get anywhere near orbital velocity. It gets closer than every other plane, but yeah, it doesn't get anywhere near it. Yeah, look at that thing. Yep, SR-71 needs a high angle of attack for takeoff and landing. That's also the reason why it's so ridiculously high up off the ground. I mean, guys, I can walk underneath this thing. It's about 10 feet. The wing serves about 10 feet off the ground, so 3 meters, give or take. But yeah, see, well, that's the Varhese Center pre-2012. But see, look, you can almost, it's interesting because you can almost kind of see similarities here. See, it's like almost the same shape. It's not, like, don't get me wrong. These are designed for two totally different reasons. But see what I'm talking about? The shape is it's just a little bit different. What happened after 2012? Just flex, we get it. That's enterprise. No, Semi, it's not a flex or anything. That's enterprise. At the Udvar Hazy Center had enterprise in it, and then they moved enterprise to New York City. They moved it to Intrepid, and they replaced it with Discovery, a real orbiter. That's just the atmospheric flight test article. Naboo Starfighter. Dude, the N1 and the Republic, or not the Republic ship, the Queen ship were definitely SR-71 inspired. Oh yeah. Ah yes, Nubian. We got lots of that. But it's also Star Wars, and yeah, that thing wouldn't have flown very well. No one else has a T-14 hyperdrive, I promise you that. Why not air launch from that? Because the SR-71 isn't designed to carry any payload, Driados. And if it is, it's definitely not designed to carry a payload that's heavy enough to be able to get something of useful mass into space. Note, I said of useful. That doesn't mean not a 747. That doesn't mean an SR-71 couldn't launch something into space. And that also doesn't mean that the SR-71... That also doesn't mean that the SR-71 couldn't carry stuff on its back, because it absolutely could. Check this out. In the 60s, they came up with something called a D-21. The D-21 is basically one wing of an SR-71, and it was an unmanned hypersonic drone. Yeah, unmanned hypersonic drone. There it is. The SR-71 could probably launch something off... Ooh. Oops. Yeah, the D-21, the program was canceled. Let me put it to you like that. Yeah, it was canceled for, reasons. Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. That's just let's just say that it didn't work and call it a day. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a bunch of things that it did, Thomas. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ooh. So, what happened with the D-21 is that they really didn't have drones figured out just yet. It ended up, correct me if I'm wrong, I could be getting this confused with something else. It ended up going so fast it started to re-enter, and then it broke up. It basically re-entered the atmosphere because it got going so quick. I mean, that seems to be in line with what I'm seeing here. There's a lot of burn marks right there. You see how the... I mean, guys, this thing, I'm pretty sure it's titanium, if I'm remembering right. That's, yeah. Yeah, it seems like re-entry. It seems like it started to re-enter. Yeah, there's definitely some scorching here from the atmosphere. See how that part's kind of all melted? Now, don't get me wrong, that could be from when it crashed, but, yeah. I think it went too fast, if I'm remembering right, and it just burned up. It burned up over China. We launched them over China to get to the Soviet Union, but yeah, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't work. But yeah, pretty cool thing on hypersonics and supersonics. Keep in mind, that was very general, guys. It's way more complicated than that. It's really tough to quantify what air is doing over any particular airframe. Aerodynamics are extremely tough. It's really, really difficult stuff. So if you're looking for a challenge and you really want to put your math skills to the test, just, yeah, try aerodynamics. It's very, very difficult. Yeah, it's really tough. But yeah, I always thought that was cool how these things are kind of similar in shape, but they're kind of not, but they kind of are. It has the same, it uses the same aerodynamics to land, same aerodynamic principle. Yeah, that's in Dulles. Anyway, so let's get back into other space stuff. Also, the SR-71 was just insane. The engine was way ahead of its time. I'm frankly amazed that this technology didn't find its way into other things. That's like that's the real shame about the SR-71 is that the J-58, probably because of ITAR reasons, didn't find itself into anything. The J-58 is like it's what's called a turbo ramjet. Basically, it's a jet engine, but at high speed. It's a jet engine with a funny intake, basically. Funny intake is the right way to say it. And then there's the intake is basically a funnel, right? And then that funnel gets really thin, and then it gets really thick, and then the intake of the jet engine is inside of the second funnel, right? And basically what happens is at varying airspeeds, right? When you're going slow, the jet engine is just doing its thing, right? But when you start to go fast, the SR-71 uses a conic intake to be able to channel that boundary layer that I was telling you guys about into the intakes of the jet engine here, or into the intakes of the scramjet. It's wild stuff. Here. This is going to get confusing if you don't know much about aerodynamics, but here, take a look. So, look, the cone on the front of the SR-71 can actually retract. It can move back and forth, okay? So, when you're going subsonic, right, it's just the jet engine. The jet engine is on, and that's it. And then there is a bypass, right? And you do have bleed air coming in through the top, right? But when you start to get faster, okay, you have the tertiary doors as well. That's for another thing. When it starts to go faster, see how air is being sucked in here. It reverses the flow, right? And then check this out. When you get down here, see that right there? This thing actually retracts a little bit. And it gets that high pressure shock wave of air from the air being compressed at the tip here, and it channels that into the intake. And then what they do is they basically shut the engine off. There's doors that lead into the J-58, right? They basically shut that down. And the scramjet does its thing. It channels that air in, so you have incredibly high pressure air coming in here, and it goes into that funnel, right? And then right in the funnel is a fuel injector and a spark plug. And it basically, all that high pressure air that's coming in gets compressed in the throat of this ramjet and then shot out the back. Kind of like a rocket engine. Kind of, but not. Differences. Rocket engines generally aren't naturally aspirated, but you could have a Sabre engine, which is hypothetical still at this point. But see, it starts shooting it basically vectors the air right into the intake. And guys, Kelly Johnson figured this out in the 50s, which is nuts. That's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, the jet engine gets shut down. This thing is enough to give it thrust to... Yeah, I mean, it gives way more thrust than the jet engine ever could. Now, the other part of the reason why they shut down why they shut the jet engine off, the jet engine part of it, the turbojet, is because, guys, at a certain point, so it shows it in the infographic, but I'll just explain. Fighter jets, SR-71, Concorde, whatever. In order for the jet engine to work correctly, you need to have basically the air going in needs to be slower than the air going out. That's the easiest way to say it. And I know that's kind of like, well, yeah, no crap. But if you think about a jet engine working, right? If the air going in is going faster than the air going out, it's just going to blow right by the jet engine. It's going to blow by it. The jet engine isn't going to jet engine. It's not going to work. This is why turbofans, high bypass turbofans, can't go past the speed of sound. They really don't like to. They'll break if they do, because the air just goes through the jet engine and, yeah, it gets hot and explodes because the fins can't cool themselves because the air is passing right over them. That annoys me, actually, that they figured out in the 50s and 70 years later we're in the same spot. Yep. That's what happens when we listen to, well, we got to fix problems down here on Earth first, people. Yeah, I don't like those people. Those people are incorrect. So, it's not that we can't do either one. It's not that we can't do either. Relax. So, the jet engine basically doesn't work past supersonic. It really doesn't work. Fighter planes, Concorde, whatever, they have variable geometry intakes that's really designed to slow the air down. But when you get up past Mach 3, right, not even the intake can slow it down enough. Hence the ramjet. That was their solution to go faster. And it's the fact that it's all one encompassed thing is unbelievable. It's really cool. The fact that it's all one thing. Like, this is... It's crazy to me because the J-58 is not like some future tech. This thing has been flying for years, like what you said. That's the jet engine part of it. That's not the intake part of it. It's been flying for years. This isn't anything new. That is a matured technology, which is like I said, why it's kind of annoying. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at that. Unreal. Mach 3 seems to be some kind of barrier. Heating starts to become a real big problem, Chief. But also, ain't nobody here going to convince me that Mach 3 is the SR-71's maximum speed. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. That doesn't make it. Dude, you ask anybody that knows a little bit about aerodynamics. It can go faster than that. Probably not sustained, but it can go faster than that. There's no way. There's no way that the freaking... There's no way that it can't go faster than Mach 3. I don't believe that. That's probably, it's, like I said, that's probably sustained. That's probably, Mach 3 is probably how fast it can go when you're just kind of level at like 80,000 feet with the throttles pegged. That's probably how fast it can go then. But I refuse to believe that the SR-71 couldn't go faster. I bet you it could. And what do I mean by that? So, if you've ever messed around with airplanes in KSP, well, you can get the airplane to go up and fly on a high suborbital trajectory. I bet you they could have done that with the SR-71. Yeah. They probably could have accelerated the SR-71 to an insane speed, right? And then went on a suborbital trajectory at like maybe like 140, 150,000 feet. And honestly, the engine doesn't work up there. Not even the J-58 could do anything up there. There's just not enough air, right? Eventually, you're just going to just run out of air. Then coming back down, I bet you it goes faster than that. I'll bet you it could go faster on the way down from a suborbital trajectory. Yeah. I'll bet you could go Mach 5. Yeah. Once again, I can't prove that. There's no way to prove that. Physics, I guess, but even then, I'd be super worried about two things: decelerated forces and re-entry heating from those decelerated forces. So it's kind of the same thing, but entry heating, that's the problem. Titanium is great, and the SR-71s are made out of titanium, but even titanium has its limits. Titanium can withstand a lot of heat, but even then, you have your limits there. The air gets thicker, so probably not Mach 5. No, I disagree, Da Vinci. I think it can go that fast. And let's be real. Do you think the Air Force is going to just tell us exactly what that plane can do? It's just like how the XB-70 can also only go Mach 3. Yeah, okay. That's why you add nickel to it. Ah, Inconel. I see you're a man of taste. Yeah, I mean, EJ has a good poker face. Are you talking about the SR-72? No, I'm not, actually. Yes, head boy. So once again, fellas, like I can't prove it, and its declassified speed is Mach 3.2, but let's say probably go faster than that. Now, there is a limit. I'll bet, like I said, if I had to guess with my stupid armchair aerospace engineer brain, I'd probably say like Mach 5, 4, 5, somewhere around there. The reentry heating is the problem at that point. Yeah, shock heating is the problem. I bet you the J58 has more in it. Mach 420. I'll say that and we'll leave it at that. Anyway, let's get on to the rest of the space news, guys. I have a couple of things from SpaceX here, and then we have actually another thing from Rocket Lab here. Good discussion about aerodynamics. What killed the XB-70? Every once in a while, something comes along. Something comes along, Cake, that's just too good. It's too good for what you need. It's just too good. The XB-70 is just too good at what it does. It's just, you don't need something that crazy. Yeah, I know it sounds ridiculous. Anybody that's a fan of an M14, the battle rifle, knows what I'm talking about. The U.S.'s main battle rifle for the Army was the M14, basically from the end of World War II to right at the beginning of Vietnam. Well, not for the end of World War II. The end of Korea is the right way to say that. Basically all throughout the 50s. The M14, 7.62 by 51. You could kill anything with that thing. It doesn't matter. The body armor, flat jacket, whatever. It'll go right through it. Because 7.62 by 51, right? That's a big cartridge. We switched to the M16 because the M14 is literally too good at what it does. It is too good. It is too good of a rifle. There are other reasons, and I'm sure there's some armchair gunsmiths in chat that are already disagreeing with me. That's literally the reason. They wanted something light. They wanted something that it doesn't need to be that good. You wanted something that's more lightweight, because 7.62 ammo is heavy. They wanted something that was a little bit lighter, used a smaller round, and they relied on the ballistics of said round to do the lethal damage to make up for it. It's basically because you could carry around more ammunition. You could carry around more 5.56 ammo, so they switched to the M16. Actually, it was what was it? A CAR-15. CAR-15 is what it started as, I think, and then like an M16A1, and that was the start of Bakelite. But other examples would be, let's see, what would be another example of something that was too good? Actually, I could give you a modern day example to get away from the gunsmithing stuff. Starship. Starship is too good. It's too good. NASA doesn't need that. I mean, they chose it because it was the cheapest option. But also, I guarantee you, in any other circumstance, if SpaceX was bidding Starship, and Elon couldn't personally finance it, there's not a snowball's chance that it would ever get selected as a lunar lander. The only reason it did get selected is because Elon basically said, I'll fund half of the development myself, I don't care. Yeah, the Concorde's a good example. It's just too good. It's too good. You don't need something like that. The Concorde's a good thing. I mean, I'm not sure if you'd rope the space shuttle in there, but maybe. Who knows? I had an M14 till mid-boot camp, and then we got the 16. Yeah, I like M14s. I like M14s and FALs. That's my thing. I'm a big dude. I can handle it. SLRs, SA-58s, FNFALs, M14s, AR-10s. It's the kind of stuff I enjoy. For the Tarkov players here. M14 was semi-automatic, so that is literally not too good. Actually, yeah, Balk, it wasn't. There's automatic M14s around. Yeah, I don't know why you'd need that. I mean, but then again, full auto M14. You say that, but you never had to carry one around all day, every day. I've shot one. Does that count? Yeah, selective fire with the M14 is a little too much. Just like the FAL, it's just Dude, you only need one shot. You don't need 3 or 4. And even if it's on selective fire, you're not gonna hit. You're not gonna hit anything. You ain't gonna hit anything. It was like me and Tarkov with that K yesterday. I'm just, you know, like you're not gonna hit nothing. It's just, yeah, too much. Automatic M14s are super rare and incredibly useless, but they're cool. But yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's too good. Too good. That's happened, dude. It's happened plenty of times. You can see some footprints. We looked at those pictures yesterday, Forge, yeah. Yeah, AR-10s, man. Does... You know, I know the answer's probably yes, but I'll ask anyway. Does Tarkov have SR-25s or AR-10s in it? Or like a Mark 11 Mod 0 or something like that? I haven't seen one in my travels yet in that game. There's an SR-25R. Cool. Yeah, I like SR-25s. I've never shot one of those. I mean, all you need is one shot. All you need is one. Just put one shot on target, that's it. Yes, an SR-25. Those things are cool. They're basically an AR-15 or an M16 that's chambered in M14 rounds to put it in layman's terms. For the nerds, AR-10s or SR-25s are an AR-style weapon that's chambered in 7.62x51. But once again, this isn't gun news; it's space news. So, but anyway, yeah, a lot of the times it's just too good. Too good for what it does. Yeah. Yeah, Cake. The XP70 was just... Sorry, I had to kind of go back to what we were talking about. The XP70 was just too good. Dude, okay, so the XP70 was tested to Mach 3. They never went any faster. It had more to give. It could have gone faster. XP70s are nuts. They basically do the same thing that SR-71 does, only it does it with wings instead of engines. And the wings fold down, and it basically creates a ton of compressed air underneath the fuselage at high speed. They tested it up to Mach 3, and it never went any. They never pushed it any further. Yeah, dude, it could go faster than that. Look at this. It has 6 YJ93s, each of them making 90 kilonewtons of thrust. 120 kilonewtons with the afterburner, and there's 6 of them. It can go faster than that. It might start re-entering, though. Yeah, sure, Ivan. You wanted to... They're working hard at their desks. I just want to change it up for 2022. Yeah, see that thing? Crazy plane, dude. They should have... It would have been really nice to have flown that more. It's a really awesome design. This thing should... Making an airliner out of that would be really nice. But once again, 6 engines is a real pain in the butt. The airline industry is getting away from 6 engines and going to 2. Everyone's going to 2. But then again, a modern engine in this thing could probably... You probably don't need 6 with a modern engine. Yeah, it has canards, but it was designed for that. Canards are needed to keep this thing stable. Because you're using a delta wing design. I wonder what NASA could have done with the XP-70. NASA did do stuff with the XP-70, believe it or not. Yeah, they used it for flight research for control of structural dynamics. Yeah, after the program got canceled, they gave them to NASA. Straight up, and then one crashed. Alright, Novus. Gotta head out. Have a good one. Alright, buddy. I'll see you later. What's that? Quite? Jeez. I don't know what that... That's very strange. It's a very strange thing, Forge. I read in documents that the SR-71 could push Mach 4 with full power and max burn speed. It can go faster, Jim. I'm pretty damn sure. Because dude, I could prove it with physics. We could probably figure it out. But also at the same time, the biggest thing is that, dude, you think the Air Force would show their full hand there? Why the hell would they do that? That makes no sense. Fully automatic double Glocks. Oy. Why would they do that? That makes no sense. Why would they tell us if it can go faster? That's not how OPSEC works. Anybody that's in the military knows that. Very nice. What's that, Mutter? Oh yeah, that picture is baller. Look at this picture, chat. Wow. Yep. I like that. That is a really, really nice picture. Yeah, I don't hate that. That's not ugly, indeed. It looks like the Concorde. Whitney, the XB70 is a little bit different. This thing gets nuts. It's so smart. Honestly, if Concorde used something like this, it could have gone way faster. So note the wings. See that? The wings go down. They don't like go back, forward and back. They go down. Now that's because of a phenomenon called compression lift. Basically, you see how the intake right there is sliced? It's a very blunt edge. What does a blunt edge do at high speed? Yeah, that picture will do. This one's better. See that? This is basically right out of the transonic regime, because if you look, I'll bet you these pictures are probably maybe a little bit above Mach 1, 1.2, 1.3, I think. Could be wrong on that one. Not an aerodynamicist. See this thing going on right here? That thing. The XB70 takes that thing and vectors it under the wings. And the wings, at high speed, generate insane amounts of lift. Because the wings, which are really small comparatively to the airplane, right? Because the wings are really small and they're generating the amount of lift at like 80,000 feet that a wing like 6 times the size of that would be. Because they're purposely vectoring this super high pressure boundary layer underneath the wing. That's why this folds down, so it can vector it underneath the wing. The wings can generate super high pressure underneath them at high speeds, at high altitude. So those 6 engines in back are basically just go faster. That thing can fly just as fast as an SR-71. I'm pretty damn sure. F-104. The XB-70 is like an F-104 on steroids, Chief. Yeah, it's called compression lift, Whitney. I'm not sure what they would call it in French, to be honest. Alex might know. I don't know. Yeah, the XB70 was insane. It was nuts. Yeah, compression lift. Oh man, look at the intake. So check it out, fellas. See how the intake gets skinny and it goes around the landing gear? See that? Why would it get skinny right there? I said the reason why. Why would you want this to get skinny right before the air intakes? Why would you do that? Les compressions? Make it go faster? Why are you compressing the air right there? That is compressing the air, no doubt. It's a Venturion. Most fighter jets have something like this. You're compressing the air because the engines don't like getting fed air faster. They don't. If the air going in is going faster than the air going out, the jet engine doesn't really work too well. So what they did was they compressed the air on the way in and then decompress it past the landing gear. That creates low pressure inside of the intakes, subsonic air. You slow down the air before it gets to the jet engines, and that way that slows down the air so the jet engines can keep making you go faster. Yep. Yeah, seriously. If the air coming in is going faster than the air going out, the jet engine doesn't jet engine. So you have to find a way to slow it down. That's the solution. Most jet fighters have that. Most of them. And by most of them, I mean all of them. The only other thing that they would carry is some type of variable geometry air intake, like a MiG-29, an F-15, stuff like that. But actually, if you want to see something cool about a MiG-29, a MiG-29 has ramp intakes like that work twofold, which is actually really freaking cool. So, what do I mean by a ramp intake? See this right here? Well, you can tell by the heat that those jet engines are on. So, the intakes are closed. So, it's a little thing that can close. It's a little flap inside of the front of the intake like this that can close and open. It's hinged up at the top. Concorde had a ramp intake like this. Basically, that door closes and opens, and at different air speeds, it'll basically create that hourglass. It'll create a venturi. But the cool thing about the MiG-29 is that the intakes can close completely. Why? What do you mean they can close completely? Why would you do that? What, are you going to choke out the jet engine? No. See the air intakes on the top? This closes, and it's a bypass. Well, not a bypass. It's a secondary intake. This closes, and the MiG sucks in air from the top. Why would you want that? Why would you want that? Let's see. Think about it. Like, I know some people probably know the answer to this, but why would you want to suck in jet air? Why would you want to suck in air from the top? I'll give you a hint. It has to do with something on the ground. The MiG-29 is designed to land on a dirt road. And it's designed to take off from a dirt road. Yeah, that's why it has that. Those ramp intakes can make the fighter go faster, but the Russians also, Mikoyan came up with the idea of being able to close this completely and suck in air from the top. So this thing could land on a dirt road and take off from a dirt road, and it's really not a big deal. It can land on unprepared surfaces. That was by design. So, if you're taking off on a dirt road or a sandy road or a non-prepared runway or something, or an old runway or a bombed out runway or whatever, the thing will still be able to get in the air. To not suck in stuff. There you go. Like you said, watch the angle of the wings. Nope. The F-104, that's not why that's like that. The wings are anhedral for not the same reasons, Chief. Not the same reasons. But the F-104 still does go fast. The wings are anhedral down to get the center of lift below the center of mass. Yeah. And even then, the F-104 is very, very unstable at low speed. It does not fly very well. It's literally a bullet with a seat attached to the front. Have you watched a new Boeing documentary? No, I haven't, Clutch. Watching the A-10 land on the Davidson Freeway in Michigan was insanely awesome. A-10s are also designed to land on unprepared surfaces, Killer, because the engines are up and on the back. For the same reasons. A missile with a man in it. It literally is a cruise missile with a seat at the front. These things, those wings are down, Chief, because the center of mass is like right here, and they needed the center of lift below the center of mass to get the plane to plane correctly. Or else it doesn't fly. And even then, like I said, F-104s do not fly very well. Who knew? That doesn't fly very well. But then again, the F-104 was designed as an interceptor. It's not designed to fly for very long. It's designed to get up, get in the air, shoot stuff down, and get back down really quick. So it doesn't work similarly above Mach 1? No, not really. No. What happens here, Chief, is because it has such a small wing, it doesn't create a lot of drag, so that allowed the plane to be able to go extremely freaking fast. Yeah. F-104s can go fast. They can go faster than most planes. Even by today's standards. They're fast. These planes are absurdly quick by today's standards, man. They could break Mach 2 if I'm remembering right. Yep. Mach 2 was insanely fast for when this plane was made. Mach 2 is still kind of the norm for any air superiority fighter or anything that fights in the air. Mach 2 is kind of how fast you want to go. I mean, Germany used them. The Luftwaffe used these for a long time. There's an F-101. NASA used them too. Yeah, there you go. How you doing? I'm good, Ismic. How are you? F-104 predates the discovery area rule. I'm not sure. You'd have to double check it. Yeah. Yeah, Chief. That's not... They're dihedral to get for stability. They're dihedral for stability, dude. And even then, man, what a death trap of an airplane. But once again, look at the nose cone and everything. This was another Kelly Johnson design, guys. The guy that designed this designed the SR-71. And Kelly Johnson was a savant with aerodynamics. He just understood it. I don't know. Like, look at the intake. Cone intake. Cone intake. You ever see anything else from the 50s with something like that? No way. No way. You could kind of see some SR-71 stuff happening here. See what I'm talking about? And also, if you look at this, look at the front section and then look at the front of an F-14. Man, did he get the aerodynamics right or what? And now don't get me wrong, the F-14 was not Lockheed, it was Grumman. But look at it. Same exact shape. That's how far ahead of the curve Kelly Johnson was. It's ridiculous. The guy just understood aerodynamics. It's really weird. It's really weird. Like, look at that cockpit. That cockpit is what all modern fighter cockpits look like. They all look like that. F-15, F-14. Dude, Mirages look like this. MiGs look like that. That's the shape right there. Even the F-35, it has that kind of crease on it in the F-22. Dude, like, it's amazing how much that, like, just was intuitive with aerodynamics from that guy. It was weird. Do the Russians have planes that are really good compared to the F-35 or the F-22? Yeah, Clutch, absolutely. Su-35s, man. Su-35s and MiG-29s are good planes. Game recognized game. Those are good pieces of equipment. I don't care what anybody says. Can you imagine if Kelly Johnson got into racing instead of planes? He would have made Newey look like a fool. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, dude, it's a pretty looking plane. I really like it. It's a it looks really cool with the side pods on it. That's a really cool looking plane. Not very fun to fly though. Kelly Johnson could tell if a plane flew well just by looking at it. It's unbelievable, dude. It's ridiculous. What about if Kelly Johnson got into rockets? Do you think we'd have an SSTO? Maybe. He may have. Maybe he did. Who knows? F4s are cooler. Well, the F4. The funny thing is that the F4 was made by McDonnell Douglas, right? An F4 is basically two F-104s kind of strapped together. It's not, but it pretty much is. Yeah, at the very least, if you want to stretch this analogy, it's two of the engines in the F-104. The reason why the F-4, despite flying like complete dog crap, was a good plane, is because it could go faster than anything. Yeah, McDonnell Douglas really did a good job with that plane. Yeah, hey, hello. How you doing? How you doing, good looking? Let's see. Yeah. The F4 is like if you just took two F-104s and just strapped them together. It really does not fly very well. How much more do you think we can go with planes? Are we hitting the limits with modern fuel and engines? Oh, no. There is way more that we could do. Oh, yeah. Case in point. Oh, yeah. We are not even close. Oh, hell yeah. Yep, NASA used F-104s as well. Great research planes. Thought you were a fan of the MD-11. Hell no. Screw MD-11s. I hate those things. TriStars are where it's at, man. Oh, yeah. TriStar. Much better design. With the S-duct. Like a Formula 1 car, guys. Seriously. The third engine is back here. It has an S-duct. Exactly like a Formula 1 car. Same thing. Literally same thing, designed to do exactly the same thing that it does on an F1 car. Whoop. It's so stubby. What are you talking about? It's beautiful. That is a cool looking plane. Hey, wait a minute. TriStars are a beautiful plane. Wait a minute. You could say, oh, dude, TriStars launch things into space. Okay? They launch things into space. Argument invalidated. DC-10? No, screw DC-10. Lockheed made a better trijet. It's Lockheed, man. XB1 gang, yeah. Last. What's up, Tessa? Best use of F-104 parts. Yep. And there is, yep, I was getting to that. Personally, one of my absolute favorite planes. TriStars are cool. I like Convair 990s better. That has four J79s in it with no afterburners, so it was like a CF1 something or other. There's 4 J79s on this plane. But why? I know why. Why no afterburner? Because it's a passenger plane, Snake. To annoy the Russians? Nope. Radar tests. They were testing the radar cross-section. You put the plane upside down, you get a downward-facing radar and another plane looking at it, and you can see the radar cross-section. Very similar to if the plane was flying up here and you were shooting a radar at it. That post is designed for radar cross-sections. The cool thing is that Lockheed still uses stuff like that, but... Yeah, try to find a picture of one. You won't. And if you do find a picture of one, I guarantee you it's going to be a blurred out picture, or it's going to be something where you can't see what it's made out of. Yeah, those things are impossible. Like, dude, they really, really don't want you to see that stuff. Yep, it's for radar cross-section testing. A350 is the best looking? No, 747. It doesn't look better than a 747. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, believe it or not, actually. That is just the coolest looking airplane ever devised. Maybe Concorde is better. I would say Concorde is better than the 747, but not by much. But also, Stargazer. Did there any more space news? There do more be space news, John sentences. Yes. Yeah, I like the Comet too. I like the Comet as well, Tessa, yeah. Also, Tu-104s are really cool looking planes. Not the best performing, but Tupolev 104s are... They're very cool looking. It's basically like a Russian... Here, I'll show you. It's like the same idea, a Russian Comet. Look at that thing. That's a cool looking plane. I don't care what anybody says. It's very cool. Also, I want that Chevy Nomad right there. I think that's a pretty looking plane. I don't know why it has a bomber cockpit up in the front. Why does it look like a Mercury? I don't know. The car, that's a 57 Chevy, dude. The grill is a dead giveaway. Any car people, 57 Chevy, right? Well, it's a Nomad. Actually, I don't know. Maybe a 58. Bro. That's a third Gen F series right there. Very nice. Ghostbusters? That's not Ecto 1. Guys, no way. What's over here? Another third Gen F series. That's my truck. Huh. Go figure. Neat. Yeah, no. That... Ecto 1 is a 62 Miller Meteor. It's a 62 Miller Meteor, which is a Cadillac. It's a Cadillac that came from the factory as a Cadillac, and they modified it into a hearse. Or it could be a hearse or an ambulance, believe it or not. Yeah. So, Miller Meteor Body, once again, was an aftermarket thing that they did to the cars. Yeah. It's for like a hearse conversion or an ambulance conversion or whatever. Yeah. It's not the same thing. You guys, you getting a Caddy and a Chevy confused. What's wrong with you? That's right, Signer. Yep. Can you help me identify a plane? Sure, Raven Guard, go ahead. It just basically became plane day. I do have 3 more space things and then the Starship updates. So, still got plenty of time, dudes. I've flown on a 747-100 in a DC-11. The DC-11 upper engine made the takeoff sound epic, especially if you were sitting in the rear seats. Yep. OG ambulance companies were funeral homes, too. Yeah, you're not wrong. Raven Guard, what is this? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, whoever took this video is going to get a knock on their door, most likely. Yeah, it's probably... It's a Trimaxian drone ship, Raven Guard. Yeah, Trimaxian in nature. Yep. It was going out of the Skunk Works facility. Yep. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, whoever took that video should not have taken that video. Yeah. Tell you that right now. Yeah, the upside down pedals. Yep. Yep, radar cross section. Yeah, look at that thing. Very, very interesting aerodynamic shape, huh? I don't know what that is, dude. I have no idea, Raven. It's probably some type of prototype testing thingamajigger. I'm going to go with Trimaxian drone ship. I'm going to go with Trimaxian drone ship and just leave it at that. If you don't know what a Trimaxian drone ship is, well, first of all, what the hell's the matter with you? Second of all, there you go. It's some type of prototype, dude. Guys, there's... Like, okay, here's the thing, dude. Even after the Cold War, the U.S. never stopped doing advanced R&D. We never stopped doing it. It just wasn't as open as it was in this day and age because, like, how the internet works and everything. They're very secretive about it. They're very secretive with rockets. They're very secretive with a bunch of things. Dude, I guarantee you, they're, like, once again, you guys know how much money we pour into defense. There's only so many pencils that you can buy for the damn army. You know what I mean? A lot of that gets put into projects that we just frankly don't know about. I don't know what it is. I have no freaking clue. I'll bet you it's a prototype for something. Probably a subscale test article or whatever. I don't know. I frankly don't want to guess. I don't need people showing up at my door. Pretty sure it's a leaked decoy. Jacka, yeah, that's the other thing, dudes. It could be misinformation. They do that all the time. I know that happens in the aerospace industry, which is why I think it's really funny when people cite sources say, and I know for a fact that it's wrong. Dude, that happens all the time. Yeah, there's a lot of disinformation out there. Not disinformation. Intentional. Looks like a $50,000 toilet seat to you. Yeah. People actually believe that the toilet costs 50 G's. And then people think that that's going into, like, some guy's pocket. No. No. No, 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 no. They're just doing all kinds of cool stuff. All kinds of aerodynamic research. Oh, that's kind of neat, Hellfish. What about spaceplane news? Yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but have you seen the Trimaxian drone ship? Wow, that's really cool. Dawn Aerospace, what are they up to? So Starship is fake? I don't think so. That noise, though. What's Dawn Aerospace again? Hold on. Delivering hardware to space, positioning satellites on orbit, returning projects to Earth. Huh. It's very vague. Okay, cool. I'll follow them, see what they're up to. But yeah, guys, there's all kinds of stuff. Raven Guard, I have no freaking clue what that thing is, bro. Could be misinformation, could be disinformation. They do, like I said, they do that stuff all the time. I know that it happens in the spaceflight industry, and I'm not going to tell you what I know as disinformation, dude. There's just stuff that shouldn't be said on stream. Lift underway of Tank 1. In the Twitter feed, someone says it looks like an X-47B fuselage. Yeah, it's a lot more fluid than that, though. And it seems to be following area rule, which is... But the area rule is, like, backwards, man. Yeah, we could theory craft till we're blue in the face about what that thing does, but I don't want to guess. Because what if we get it right? What if we get it right? I don't want to know. I don't need what happened in war games happening to us. Is that the injector or the fuel rod? Oh, you got, yeah, the nuclear rocket video. Did you saw this? The Department of Justice announces that Texas trucking company Oh. Huh, interesting. Yeah, Mars, I don't know what that's about. I don't know enough about that to share. To want to share it. Let me put it to you like that. Here, let's see what's going on with Rocket Lab.
Hello and welcome to Launch Complex 1 in the beautiful Mahia Peninsula in New Zealand, the only private orbital launch site in the entire world. So just behind me here is our newest addition, Pad B.
Twins, Basil. Twins.
What we're doing here with Pad B is essentially doubling our launch capacity. The ability to launch and our launch cadence is essentially doubled by having an additional pad.
Launch Complex 1 is like no other launch site in the world. We literally started on a green field here in Mahia Peninsula, built one little pad and a small integration facility, and now we have 2 pads, a number of clean rooms, making a world-class launch facility.
Cool.
We created a launch complex that was capable of launching once every 72 hours to a range of inclinations, right from mid-inclination, about 30 degrees, all the way to sun-synchronous orbit, all from Launch Complex 1.
97 For us, it's really important to have launch pads in both hemispheres of the planet. So we have 2 launch pads in the southern hemisphere, 1 launch pad in the northern hemisphere. For our government customers, it's really great to be able to have that flexibility and that access where they don't have to leave US soil to launch out of LC2. And for our commercial customers and some of our government customers, they have the flexibility to choose which pad they want to go out and which pad suits their schedule the best. Right now we've got one customer that's ready to go on this pad behind me and another customer that's processing and getting ready to go on that pad.
So with Pad B, we took a lot of the design from our original Pad A and made some small improvements to make our operation that much more efficient. We use the same integration facility, the same rocket runway, with our final infrastructure all placed in a concrete pad, no more. bigger
Yeah,
than a
Goalie, they've been working on it for a while.
LC1 really is the latest state-of-the-art launch facility. We had this real luxury from day one saying, okay, blank sheet, how are we going to build a launch pad to really be the 21st century launch pad? And what you see here is just an absolute streamlined flow to be able to take customers' payloads, get them processed and get them on orbit. And the second pad really just solidifies that. So a launch range is much more than just a couple of pads. Out at LC1 here, you see multiple clean rooms that enable us to process multiple customers at one time. Up the top of the road there, we have range control, where we are in charge of the entire range. We don't rely on any government range, any government assets, AFTS systems, tracking dishes, everything. It's all owned and controlled by Rocket Lab. Having Pad B really means we can eliminate pad recycle time, which enables us to just do launch after launch and just pace them one after the other.
With 2 launch pads, we have doubled the capacity and reached ultimate launch flexibility. This means when a customer needs us, we've got a pad ready. From LC1, we've flown over 100 satellites to date, all supporting everything from climate science through to international logistics, maritime surveillance, and soon we look forward to launching to the moon and beyond.
Yeah, capstone mission later this year. Rocket Lab's going to put a satellite out to where the gateway is
Launch
supposed
Complex
to
1
be.
has become the gateway to space for small satellites.
Neat. That's cool. I like more launch pads. I don't know about you guys. Cool. All right. So yeah, they have 3 launch pads now, and one of them is at Wallops, right next to the Antares launch pad, right next to Pad 0A, where we watched the Antares launch from the other day. Yeah. Okay. That's all fine. But when LC1C? Yeah, it might be just me misremembering, dude. I have a lot of spaceflight info up here. I seem to remember a render with 3 pads at Mahia, but it might have been something else. It might have been something else, dude. I don't remember. I'm still surprised they use chain blocks to lift the rocket onto the strong back. You gotta keep it simple, man. Alright, so next news about Artemis here. So check this out. This is coming from the Orion Spacecraft Twitter account here. The Lockheed Martin crew module at NASA Kennedy and Airbus Space Service module team in Bremen are making great progress on the Artemis 3 spacecraft, which will carry astronauts to land on the surface of the moon. The third Orion wow, that's, I mean, it's nowhere near finished, but doesn't need to be until 2024, 2025, so 2025 actually, if I'm remembering right. Yep, there's your service module. Very nice, very nice. Cool. Yep, there you go. It looks like the pressure vessel for Artemis 3 is all ready to go. That's really neat. There's the service module in Germany. Bremen. 2035. Yeah, no, John. No. 2025 is the tentative date for Artemis 3. 2024 for 2. And 2022 for 1. Now, once again, fellas, I know. We all wish they could go faster, but hey, it's a big machine, dude. It's gonna take a while to get a space dude, I'm telling you, a space program is like a steam engine. Steam engine locomotive, like the train. What do you have to do? It's not just flip an on button and then go. It doesn't work like that. Steam engine, you gotta fill up the boiler tanks with water. Okay, you gotta do that. You gotta fill up the boiler tanks with water, and then you gotta stoke the coal box, right, or the fire box, and then you have to basically heat up basically a giant tube of water. You gotta heat it up so it evaporates and then turns into steam, and then once you do that, then you regulate the pressure going to the external combustion engine, and then you get going, and then once you get going down the road, and then you got to stoke the fire down the tracks, and then you stoke the firebox, you keep stoking the firebox, then when you run out of water, that's it. You need fuel and you need more water. All right, it takes a while. Point is, it takes a while to get going. It's going to take a second, but yeah, it'll happen. You just got to be patient. And don't get me wrong, I hate sitting in here and announcing delay after delay for SLS, for Starship. It's a pain in the butt, man. I want to see them fly just as bad. But it takes time. You got to be patient. Which Artemis is planned to go to the moon? Artemis 1 is an uncrewed test flight, which is the one that's in the VAB right now. Should be rolling out sometime next month, from what I understand. Artemis 2 is a crew test out to the moon, which Bill Nelson, the administrator of NASA, that was slated for 2023, and COVID pushed that to 2024. And then Artemis 3 is the first landing, the first lunar landing, return back to the moon. That's net 2025. Honestly, that mission really depends on how well... that mission depends on how well Artemis 1 and 2 go. These first 3 Artemis flights are testing. They're basically test flights. That's why they introduce a new facet to it every time. Artemis 4 is also a test flight. That'll be the first one to test out the EUS. And then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 are all routine missions. They'll start, from what I understand, they'll start launching one a year. So 2024, 2025, 2026. And then by the end of the decade, we should scale up to about 2 missions a year. And that's what's on paper thus far. That's what's happening. With the planned capability, I would guess to scale up to be able to do 4. Nobody at NASA will say that though, and also that's my kind of personal theory. But I think they could scale up to 4 launch. I think it's doable. But yeah, 2 missions to the moon a year by the end of the 2030s, Ismic, is kind of NASA's baseline configuration. I am patient. I want to see all these cool things, but I'm getting old. I hope I see them before I leave this planet myself. Yeah, cooking. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. That's right, quite. Yeah. Yeah. True that. Anyway, SpaceX posted an update here. It's not something that they really do. This isn't an update on like Twitter or anything, guys. It's just a update like right on the website here. All right. February 22nd, 2022. SpaceX's approach to space sustainability and safety. I'm interested. It's very rare that they do like updates on the website like this. Whoa. Okay. All right, let's get into it. SpaceX was founded to revolutionize space technology towards making life multiplanetary. SpaceX is the world's leading provider of launch services, and it is proud to be the first private company to have delivered astronauts to and from the ISS, and the first and only company to complete an all-civilian crewed mission to orbit. As such, SpaceX is deeply committed to maintaining a safe orbital environment, protecting human spaceflight, and ensuring that the environment is kept sustainable for future missions to Earth and beyond. When will we leave people on the moon for constant occupation? 2030s at the very earliest, John, with the current flight rate. Yeah, that's true, Bill, for sure. SpaceX has demonstrated this commitment to space safety through action, investigating significant resources to ensure that all of our launch vehicles, spacecraft, and satellites meet or exceed space safety regulations and best practices, including designing and building highly reliable and maneuvering satellites that have demonstrated reliability of greater than 99%. Operating at low altitudes below 600 kilometers to ensure no persistent debris, even in the unlikely event of a satellite failure. Geocentric insertion at an especially low altitude to verify health prior to rising to on-station operational orbits. Transparently sharing orbital information with other satellite owners and operators, and developed an advanced collision avoidance system to take effective action when encounter risks exceed safe thresholds. What is this about? Why would they post this? This is all nothing. We knew, you knew this already. If you knew anything about SpaceX, you knew all that about Starlink. They basically put the satellites into an orbit that's constantly sinking. It's called a decaying orbit in orbital mechanics. Basically, where atmospheric perturbations will deorbit the satellite, because even up at 400 or 500 kilometers where these satellites operate, there's still atmosphere up there. It's enough to be able to deorbit something. You'll eventually get pulled back down because of atmospheric drag. There is air up there. It's not dense enough to be able to breathe, but there is air. The ISS experiences the same thing. The ISS is in a decaying orbit as well. They boost it. The Russians with the Progress capsule keep boosting the ISS up to different orbits, and the ISS has its own thrusters for collision avoidance. Starlink satellites are the same way. Starlink satellites have krypton ion thrusters on them. No, that's not sci-fi. It's solar electric propulsion. They basically ionize inert gas inside of a combustion chamber, and the ionization creates thrust. It's a really, really efficient engine. But me blowing on the microphone like that makes more thrust than one of those things. But then again, you don't need a lot of thrust to combat atmospheric drag at 600 kilometers. It's not much. Anything above 600 kilometers, guys, or what is that, like 400 miles up there, give or take? Anything above that is not coming back down for millennia. Yeah. It's probably a response to the news of Starlink failing after that one launch. It's a reply because of this. This is an article coming from Space News by Jeff Faust here. Let's see. He's the guy that runs Space News. Yeah, we already shared that, Bandit. A 5-page letter was submitted to the FCC on February 8 on NASA's behalf by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, along with a separate 1-page letter from the National Science Foundation. The letter was submitted to the FCC's proceedings on SpaceX's proposal for its Starlink Gen 2 system with approximately 30,000 satellites in low Earth orbit. With the increase in large constellation proposals to the FCC, NASA has concerns with the potential for a significant increase in the frequency of conjunction events and possible impacts to NASA's science and human spaceflight missions. NASA wants to ensure that the deployment of Starlink Gen 2 is conducted prudently in a manner that supports spaceflight safety and long-term sustainability of the space environment. Huh. You have to admit that 30,000 satellites is pretty nuts. Ren, I'll be honest with you. I see both sides of this argument. Yeah. And that's the reason why SpaceX shared all that data about Starlink satellites and the non-risk of them. I personally, you know what, screw personally. I'll tell you both sides of this. So on one hand, you're right. 30,000 satellites is a lot. That's a lot. Every time you want to launch something that goes higher than 400 or 500 kilometers, you're going to have to make sure it doesn't hit a Starlink satellite. Because if it does, there could be catastrophic consequences. If there's people on board, I don't think I need to say why. Excuse me. So they want to make sure that those satellites are in places where it's like, they're basically responsibly put up there into space. I can understand that. That makes perfect sense. You really don't want satellites operating in the same area that humans kind of are in, but also at the same time, and this is kind of the other side of the argument. Sorry, I have like halfway. Oh my goodness. You ever like halfway get between a yawn and a sneeze? That's what's going on. Ugh, that sucks so much. Anyway, so on one hand, you want to make sure that SpaceX is conducting responsible spaceflight, right? You want to make sure that none of these Starlink satellites end up hitting the ISS or anything. That would be very bad. what happened in gravity, that would make what happened in gravity happen. So you want to make sure that these Starlink satellites are basically well monitored and well tracked, and you don't have like a geomagnetic storm taking them out. You know what I mean? And basically having satellites careening out of orbit in a trajectory that basically we can't track, or if a satellite just careens out of control, that's really bad. You don't want that, because where the Starlink satellites operate is basically where they're deployed. Deployed is the operative word. Where they're deployed is basically a parking orbit for anything that gets into space. And obviously, if something goes wrong there, then you're going to have a real bad day trying to launch something into space. It'll get hit by a Starlink satellite, or an uncontrollable Starlink satellite or whatnot. Now, simultaneously, those orbits, those geocentric insertion orbits, are purposefully decaying. They're not stable. They're not a stable orbit. It will eventually come back down within a couple of weeks. That's why we use parking orbits before we put the satellites into space, because if something happens to the satellites and they break or something, they'll just come back down, like what happened in that geomagnetic storm, the Starlink 37 mission. Yeah, they lost like 90% of those satellites because basically solar winds heated up the atmosphere, and it caused a lot more atmospheric drag, and the thrusters on the satellites wasn't enough to be able to keep them in orbit. They all burned up. And it created a hell of a light show over different parts of the world. People posted about it all over on TikTok and whatnot. Now, so I think NASA's right. You want to make sure you get it done right. And there is a lot of opposing forces out there to Starlink. And, once again, it's not unfounded. Like I said, I understand both sides of this argument. You want to make sure that you don't ruin it for everybody. Like, if a Starlink satellite breaks and there's just a debris cloud orbiting around the Earth, and you try to launch something into space, it's just going to get hit by a piece of debris from Starlink, and you won't be able... Now nobody can launch into space. So NASA and, everybody else wants to make sure that, you're doing this responsibly. You're doing it in a way where, basically to avoid a catastrophic cascading effect of debris. Now, the other side of that argument is SpaceX is a commercial company. They're a commercial launch provider. People pay them to put things into space. NASA pays them to put people into space. They launch anything from food to the ISS into space, to crew for the ISS, geostationary satellites, NASA missions, whatever. However, all that stuff that I just mentioned is not really sustainable. It's not sustainable. Why? Well, traditionally, okay? And now this is getting into spaceflight economics here. The market for launching stuff into space is sinusoidal. It goes up and then it goes down, and it goes up and it goes down, and it goes up and it goes down. Why? Now, why does it do that? Well, traditionally, it really has to do with satellite service life. So, in the 90s, if you go back pre-1990s, it's all defense satellites up there. Maybe with some TV satellites here and there, and that's about it. You get to the 90s, the dot-com boom happens. There's a crazy expansion of technology, right, because of the dot-com era, et cetera, and they start launching commercial satellite constellations like Iridium, Telstar. Well, Telstar already existed, but Hughes, DirecTV, Sirius XM, stuff like that. So the demand went all the way up, and the shelf life of these satellites was about 10 to 15 years for the most part, for satellites that are up at geosynchronous, right? And, that was in the late 90s. And then the dot-com bubble popped, and demand for rockets went like this. And they basically tanked. They tanked so much that there was such a catastrophic crash in the market, and also because of some corporate espionage, that the government basically consolidated it and made a company called United Launch Alliance. And then they paid United Launch Alliance a contract. Under a contract, they paid them to do this. They paid them to basically keep the pads operational at any time, so the Department of Defense could launch anything into space whenever they wanted. Because the demand, it went, dude, toilet bowl. Like, there were startup companies in the 90s that were, you know, Rotodyne. There was NASA advanced projects like the DCX, the X-33. All those were made anticipating a huge expansion in market demand for launching, right? For launching things into space. And then that didn't happen. And then, fast forward about 10 to 15 years later. So that was the late 90s into the early 2000s, right around when SpaceX and Blue came around, which is kind of funny. The demand went... And then, as these satellites from the dot-com era started to fail, or they reached the end of their service life. Remember, satellites need thrusters to stay in the right spot in space, and once they run low on fuel, they don't just let it run out of fuel and just keep it, then just have it float around. They put it in a disposal orbit, and then the slot is open for a new satellite, right? So the demand tanked, and then 2013, 2014, 2015, about 10 to 15 years later, on the plus side of 15, the demand started to spike again. And it spiked basically in 2017, and then the demand started going down again. SpaceX had tons of contracts in 2017. Falcon 9 launched a ton of times. Now, the demand spiked back down, and now there's not a lot of demand. The only launches we really see a lot of nowadays is Starlinks. There's a Starlink launch 2 days from now. There was a Starlink launch last week. There was one 2 weeks before that. Now, why am I talking to you guys about spaceflight economics? What does that have to do with Starlink? Well, in order for a spaceflight company to be sustainable, spaceflight companies, as commercial spaceflight provider, cannot survive, and they certainly can't make life multiplanetary, which is SpaceX's stated goal, off of just NASA contracts and that cycling demand that's based off of satellite service life. It doesn't work that way. You basically, no commercial company can predict like 10 straight years of loss, of losing money. That's why ULA even existed in the first place. It's just not sustainable. No company plans for 5 years of profit, 15 years of loss. That's not how that works, unless you're funding some crazy kind of development. But that's another story, like long-term investing. But who does that nowadays? I digress. So, SpaceX, in order to sustain, because Elon and SpaceX and Gwen and everybody there, Gwen and Elon, SpaceX, Tom Mueller, all the big people at SpaceX. Well, Tom's not there anymore, but that's another story. Again, they knew this. They knew that, but they still wanted to make reusability anyway. And a lot of people say that Falcon 9 is never going to be profitable. The amount of money that you sank into that thing to make it reusable, you're never going to get that back. And that's pretty right. Yeah, that's pretty correct. I don't think Falcon 9 is profitable. I don't think it ever will be profitable. But that's not the point. Profit isn't the idea here. The reason why they chose to make Falcon 9 partially reusable, reuse the fairings, reuse the first stage, was to understand how to make a reusable launch vehicle. The end goal was always the know-how, right? Now, with that being said, know-how is not going to make you money unless you go and try to build something way bigger, in which case you're prepared for another 10 years of loss. Not sustainable, right? So, SpaceX knew that the demand fluctuated, right? They knew that the demand fluctuated, and they knew that the demand fluctuated enough to where trying to make something like this was not sustainable. So, they made Starlink. That's what Starlink is designed to do. Starlink is designed to keep the demand for launching Falcon 9 nice and steady. Not up and down on a yearly basis. Nice and steady. SpaceX made their own demand by making their own satellite constellation. Internet satellite constellation. That's the profit. That's where the money comes from. And that Starlink, when it works, should be able to sustain SpaceX for a very long period of time. Because I've said this once, I'll say it again. If Starlink captures like 1% of global telecommunications, like 1%. It doesn't even have to go toe-to-toe with, like, insert your internet service provider that you absolutely can't stand. They don't even have to go toe-to-toe with the big ISPs. If they just get the underserviced areas and get, like, maybe, like, 1% of global telecommunications, Elon becomes a trillionaire. Like that. And if you think I'm wrong, I mean, Morgan Stanley said that Starlink has the potential. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not an economist. This is something that you're going to have to ask Greg about. Econ Greg is an astronomy streamer, but he knows economy. It's in its name, Econ. You'd have to go ask him this. Morgan Stanley, if I'm remembering correctly, valued Starlink at like at like 700 billion or something. It's something ridiculous. It's a ridiculous number. So I'm not the only one that thinks this. I'm not the only one that thinks that, guys. Starlink, yeah, once again, if you could get those underserviced areas for a good price, you're going to make billions of dollars. Certainly more than enough to sustain development of something like this. And then, because you made a better launch vehicle than everybody else, now you corner the market on launches. And now the demand pops up out of nowhere because all of a sudden, because you have a vehicle that's fully rapidly reusable, right? All of a sudden, instead of spaceflight costing $50 million per flight, it costs $2 million, maybe. $3 million, even if it was $5 million, even if it was $10 million to launch Starship, it would still be better. That's still better that's light years ahead of anything. Because Starship is planned to be able to move 100 tons of whatever the frick you want into space. And it's supposed to do it very often. Starlink is the revenue stream to keep Starship development and SpaceX above ground, so they could and they do that by basically standardizing demand with Falcon 9 to keep SpaceX profitable, so they can do this. So that's that other side of the argument. Starlink is SpaceX trying to literally revolutionize the commercial launch market into space. They're trying to change it. They're trying to change the game. They're trying to take market demand for launching payload into space from being sinusoidal, so going up and down every 15 years, to basically being a straight linear line. And that's the other side of that argument, and that's why SpaceX immediately got on this, because basically NASA's saying, well, you got to be careful, 30,000 satellites could cause a problem, and SpaceX is basically saying with that update, yes, it could cause a problem, absolutely, but also, if you hold us up with this, it could screw up our revenue to make the next thing. Also, Starship development is below $1 billion per year. Did Elon say that in the presentation, Balxy? Because I highly doubt that. I really don't think that's what's going on. $1 billion has probably been sunk into Raptor development alone, dude. 100 metric tons of payload to low Earth orbit, even for the grand sum of $10 million, works out to a measly $10 per kilogram. That's right. Synerd, if they can get it. Starlink's basically designed to keep SpaceX afloat while they can. It's ensuring a revenue stream so they can work on this until it basically overcomes all the problems that the space shuttle had. Elon has said many freaking times that, Starship is the holy grail of rocket science, and he's right. He's 100% right. A fully reusable system? No way. Not even von Braun thought of that, or thought that could happen. So that's what this whole thing is about. That's why SpaceX was really on this. NASA's saying, hey, you got to be careful. And SpaceX says, oh, yeah, we'll be careful. But also, we need the revenue because we're making your lunar lander. Remember that part? Yeah, please. So that's what I mean about understanding both sides of the argument. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure NASA wouldn't overreact about something. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't overreact about stuff like this. NASA generally doesn't screw around with stuff like that. So, yeah, that's what's going on here. Starlink provides that cheaper launches that completely changes satellite design criteria. Payloads get cheaper and an economic feedback loop kicks in. Yep. Yeah, Bill, it's a real chicken and the egg thing here. And this is a huge question that we still haven't really seen the answer to. I mean, Starship is probably the closest thing we have to an answer. And Falcon 9 is the closest thing we have to an answer technically. But it really comes down to this. Do you make a rocket nowadays in anticipation of demand? Or do you make a rocket nowadays and because you made a really awesome rocket, will demand happen because you did it? Do you make it because of market demand or in spite of it? You know what I mean? Once again, I think rockets are just they're just another form of transportation, like a train, like an airplane, like a car, like a bicycle. It's just another way to get something from here to there. In this case, from here into space. And if you look at all the different types of transportation systems that we've had that have been invented since basically the start of the Industrial Revolution, the train was made. George Stephenson made it in the 1800s, the early 1800s, if I'm remembering right. I don't remember off the top of my head. And everybody kind of thought it was bullcrap, but then when he demonstrated what a train could move around, then all of a sudden they were in mines everywhere. And then all of a sudden they connected cities everywhere. It was basically, there wasn't really a lot of demand for it, but, once it was deployed in scale, right, then it was everywhere. Trains were popping up all over the place because, a train is easier to maintain than a horse. Horse is a pain in the donkey. And then, a little bit later down the road, Daimler-Benz invented the motor wagon, Daimler-Benz motor carriage. Yeah, it's good, yeah. And then Henry Ford found a way to deploy that in scale. The car by itself didn't really catch on. It's until Henry Ford came around and started to make a lot of them in scale that a demand for cars was there that we didn't know was there. So the car was made in spite of demand. There was no demand for a car when Henry Ford started Ford. No way. There was no demand for a car when Daimler-Benz invented the dang thing. But a market grew because of its applications. A car can do things better than a horse can. Way better. It's way more efficient. The horses are expensive. Even in the 1900s, having a horse was really expensive. Having a horse was like owning a car now. Not everybody had one. No, Creation, not at all. I'm talking about the word for donkey that has 3 letters and begins with A. You stupid elephant.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Blind Vader, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Thanks for the sub, dude. So, but trains aren't made by one company. TrainX my issue with SpaceX is that it's the loose solution to all. Well, when Ford started mass producing stuff, there are other companies that picked up on that mass production and went with it. Chevy. That's right. Copied us. Piece of junk. I say that wearing a Ferrari shirt, which is hilarious. Ferraris never mass produce automobiles. Every Ferrari is handmade. Just thought I'd let you know. Well, that's not entirely true, but you get the gist of it. You think Starlink could have competition in the near future? Yes. OneWeb is its direct competition right now, Squall. Amazon's working on an internet satellite constellation called Project Kuiper. And there's another one, but I forget. Packard, Chrysler. Yeah, there you go. Other people started doing it because they picked up that the market was generated and Ford couldn't fill that market. That's why there was competition. I think the automobile is a really good example of something that you didn't really need it right off the bat, but a market grew because you made it in scale. Because Henry Ford saw the potential of every car having every person in the U.S. having an automobile. He saw the potential of what it could do, and he got a bunch of guys. He got a bunch of, I think, railroad investors, if I'm remembering right, ironically, to back him, just like Elon did. He had if Henry Ford was backed by a bunch of VC, he wasn't rich. Yeah, actually, Henry Ford was dirt poor growing up. 03B, yep. So the idea is that Starlink is going to sustain SpaceX and keep SpaceX profitable, along with NASA contracts, along with everything. I mean, diversifying Diversifying revenue streams is probably a good idea. Probably a good way to keep your business afloat, especially if, you know, like inflation or recession happens. How topical. Anyway, that was a joke. Laugh, please. It was a joke. I didn't mean to get too real. I didn't mean to get too real on you. Relax. 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 It was a joke. It was a joke. Ha 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 ha. So, yeah, that's why SpaceX addressed this problem basically right off the bat. They were like, oh, hell no. No, 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 no. Ford's biggest customer were farmers initially. Yep, yep. So, you know, with Starship being able to basically revolutionize the way that we get into space, and basically because they're deploying it in scale, right? Elon's building factories for Starship at the Cape. He's building, Boca Chica's already made. Heck, another one might even pop up. Who knows? Maybe you build one on a whole Starship factory on an oil rig or something. I don't know. That's probably not going to happen, but you get the idea. You know, he's deploying Starship in scale. Who the frick knows what kind of market's going to arise from that? Hopefully something does. Once again, what I've always said is that spaceflight's a billionaire's game right now. Elon, Jeff Bezos, Richard Branson, you know, billion-dollar corporations like Boeing, Lockheed, stuff like that. It's a billionaire's game right now. If we make spaceflight a millionaire's game, then, well, there's a lot more millionaires out there than there are billionaires. That's for sure. So the prices, you know, if you hit a point where you deploy enough of this in scale, which is also the reason why I want SLS to be launched a lot more, but that's another story as well, then it'll spiral out of control. Billy, I saw you typing that in the chat. It'll spiral out of control. Starship factory in space many years in the future. Maybe. I think we're also seeing this come up now as the industry tries to define the rules around the future. SpaceX is basically doing what Ford did, and we need to get ready for that. It took everybody else a couple of years to catch up to him. Everybody said that mass-producing cars was stupid. That was a really dumb idea. You're never going to get your money back. Not only did Ford get their money back, but they literally invented an entirely new part of the economy, which still exists very much today. So, yeah, that's why this whole thing, SpaceX was real quick to address this. And they showed all their telemetry and where Starlink operates, and they have risk assessments right here, and objects per 1 kilometer altitude shell as a function of orbital altitude. Yeah, they put all their risk assessment out for everybody to see. Yeah. Your grandfather bought a GM because it reminded him most of the man trucks from his home country. Well, I mean, yeah, Creation, like, GM went all over the place, dude. Okay, so Ford invented mass producing the automobile, but if you want a little bit of automotive history, GM is the one that optimized mass production. Like, Ford's good. Ford invented mass production of automobiles. Mass production is an idea that Henry Ford borrowed from the firearms industry, if you really want to know. Interchangeable parts. That's right. The idea of, you know, interchangeable parts came from basically making sure that everybody's gun worked exactly the same, that we could kill each other better. Yeah, true story. So, that's an idea that he borrowed, not the moving assembly line, but mass production of interchangeable parts. He borrowed that from the firearms industry and applied it to cars. And GM is the one that really optimized that mass production. Basically, GM invented comptrolling when it comes to cars. And because of that, GM went all over the place. So did Ford. So that man that you're talking about from your home country, dude, probably is a GM. Some way, shape, or form, dude. I mean, here, look. I'll give you another example. Ford and GM's influence is all over the place. It's everywhere. You just got to know where to look. It's not just Ford and GM, believe it or not. They're everywhere. If you look at a Ural, the Ural is here. A Russian truck. It's a Russian heavy duty vehicle.
You're a Russian heavy duty vehicle.
I'm not though.
Oh, you're not?
No. See, you look at this. That is rooted in GM's 2.5-ton truck design because GM lend-leased the Soviet Union their design. And there are certain cars around, there's G-A-Z, is Ford. Ford went over there, Henry Ford went over there, and he set up shops in the Soviet Union because of lend-lease and stuff. What's up? Hi.
Hi.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
You sure?
I need a vacation.
Primo needs a vacation. It's okay. We'll figure something out.
I'm just in a seasonal depression mood.
I hate winter. You know where there isn't winter?
In the land of Florida.
Florida. Yeah, it doesn't snow there. Well, not very often. It doesn't get, mind-numbingly freaking cold and annoying. And yeah, I mean,
Chat wants to donate so we can go on a Florida vacation. All I need.
yeah, goalie, and they have rockets. I'm just saying, sweetheart.
I'm not against it. It's not. It's.
You hear that? And I have them apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. You know who wrote that song? Florida.
I'm just saying.
Florida.
It would be nice to have money to purchase a house. And.
Why are you telling them that?
I haven't even finished my sentence. And it would be nice to have money to just go, we're going to Florida. Because it's February. And
It's the grind. We'll get there. No worries. We can get there.
But I want to be there now.
You want to go to Florida? Right now?
I just.
I mean, I've told you this. You work remote. I work remote. We can make this happen.
But we need somewhere to stay.
Starbase Live is showing the new tank. Second tank being prepped for lift. Oh, cool.
Money.
Hotel, Airbnb. Yeah. Going on a vacation and trying to apply for a mortgage doesn't really... Those two don't jive very well, guys.
And a mouse biting through your electrical on your car, but
Yeah. Rent an RV, which also costs money. But yes. Hug her, you frick. I already did.
Who lives in Florida and wants roommates?
But you can live in the RV. Your RVs need as much maintenance as a damn house.
Yeah.
It's a house that moves. So it needs the maintenance of a car and the maintenance of a house. Once you have a mortgage, there's no vacations, only payments. Enjoy it while you can.
I mean, maybe a RV isn't a bad idea for a month.
What?
Maybe an RV wouldn't be bad to rent for like a month. I bet you there's places that do that. Do you know how to drive an RV?
Of course.
No, I wouldn't want to pop up. Oh my God.
Chris, 16 month, 18 month, even better.
I might go look into that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go. You want to look into RVs?
Just like a month rental.
Okay.
And then
I honestly think an Airbnb or a hotel would be cheaper than an RV.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
yeah, but the thing with an RV is that you can be wherever.
Buy the FBI truck. This is your chance to convince her. That already sold, man. And because someone posted on it on Bring a Trailer, it tripled the price. Build a camper shell for the truck. I don't want to live in a car, man. I don't want to live in a car. I know enough people in Florida. We can figure something out. Pretty much, I'll admit that because of the fact that after the Second World War, the soldiers built airports for heavy bombers. The airports became infrastructure for the commercial air market. I do not expect that the aerospace industry is going to go anywhere fruitful until, unfortunately, something unexpected happens that causes an unexpected rise in demand. I mean, the 707 night came from peacetime operations.
I'm gonna go Google how much it costs to rent an RV for a month.
Okay. Buy an Astrovan? Where am I going to put that, Chief? I have no place to put an Airstream 310.
As long as you don't mind entering the bathroom. I'll
What?
listen to how much an RV is.
What?
Discovery,
You have to
go and
empty
throttle
the
up.
potty on the RV.
Oh, Satana. Geeson, gifted 10 subs. Oh, Satana. 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 Oh, Satana. Why don't I just hook up the tow hitch on Tough Enough and then tow a trailer around? Huh. Sell the trash vehicles you own and get a real manufacturer. Yeah. Buy a multi-story car park. Yeah. Yeah, and gee, that'd be kind of nuts, huh?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Fifth wheel RV. I could put a fifth wheel on Tough Enough, Electron, but we would need a dually, and then I would need to put a diesel in it. It's an F-250. It could put a fifth. Yeah, you could pull a fifth wheel. Yeah, I could. Yeah. I would. I'll be honest, guys. If Tough Enough was gonna tow anything, I'd rebuild the whole thing. The whole thing would need to be rebuilt. Yeah. Well, if we had an RV checkered, I'd tow. I'd tow a car. The biggest issue with an RV is that you have to pack everything. I mean, yeah, modified to live, line to love. That was the sentence, Chief. Yeah, an Astrovan. Do you have 300 grand for that? If you do, I'll accept the tip. And I'll be honest. If someone's gonna tip 300 G's to this stream, I'll probably just buy a house. Yeah. Like, if somebody has 300 G's for an Astrovan, that would be really good. But I ain't asking, man. That's not how I roll. If it has compression, then the internals be fine. I'm putting the Starship footage on. NASA Space Flight. Follow them. Subscribe to their YouTube channel. They're awesome. They give us this daily footage. There you go, Doom, yeah. Super heavy. That's the super heavy stand. Transport stand. Interesting. Yeah, Mick, every once in a while they post some teasers on the YouTube. Hey Jay, I understand if you don't want to talk about it. Any news of the ISS and all the Rule 8 stuff? Guys, I don't know. Dude, I don't know. I tried. Part of the reason why I didn't get much sleep last night, dudes, is because I tried combing through what's going on with the U.S. and Russia right now. And honestly, there's so much crap to go through. It would take months to figure out what the heck's going on. So I abandoned the idea after 3 or 4 solid hours of checking multiple sources, cross-checking. I don't know. I have no freaking clue, and I don't really want to talk about it. Is that IR? I think so, yeah. So, yeah, right. I don't know. Like, dude, as I get past the hump in the Dunning-Kruger curve, I'm more confident in myself in saying when I don't know what the frick I'm talking about. And even then, even sometimes I think I know what I'm talking about, and somebody in chat's like, no, that's not right. So, you know, dude, I'm just going to sit this one out. Yeah, I tried. And I tried going and combing through sources. Granted, I spent like a couple hours, like 3 to 4 hours, something like that, trying to figure out what the frick's going on. I can't figure it out. There's so much opinion. There's so much opinion about what's going on in Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S. right now. Like, even on major news site, it's all op-eds, it's all opinion. The U.S. should do this, Russia should do this, Ukraine should do that. It is a treasure trove of crap sandwiches. And I was like, I literally have been sifting through this for like 3 hours, and I can't find one concrete source of information. It's all, they might be doing this, or we might do that, or they might do this, or we might do that. Frick that. Tell me when we have something real happens, you know? It's just not freaking worth it. Trust me. And I don't want to talk about it here. Hey, Duro, thanks for the bits, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. $89 a night to rent an RV. Nice, Bandit. Hosen, I don't want to talk about it, homie. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, dude, I don't even want to comment on it. I'm not touching that. And neither should you. That was the stand used for Booster 4. It's most likely going to be used for Booster 7, which was waiting for a stand so it can finish stacking. Cool. Does that vehicle articulate in the center? That's an SPMT. It's a vehicle that can tilt back and forth. It can change its ride height, and all the wheels on it can turn 180 degrees, which is it's really cool. It's basically like a shipping pallet with a bunch of wheels underneath it, and you can daisy chain them together. And they just basically get the SPMTs underneath the transport stands, and they just lift them up and they move them. And they do that when the booster's on it too. Paper City, thank you for the bits. You did have some bits in there when I was talking to Brimo. I do appreciate it. Yeah, SPMTs are really neat. Yeah, it's a really cool, underrated piece of kit. I think they're really cool. I kind of want one. Yeah, Nazareth, dude. I'm not... Nah, man. I'm your entertainment, dude. You know, you don't go to your doctor for, you know, like your teeth. You know what I mean? I'm your entertainment. I don't need to talk about current events like that. You want that, go watch the news or something, man. I'm not that guy. You know, you don't go to the supermarket to buy gas, even though I know some supermarkets have... You understand what I'm saying. You don't walk into the grocery store and fill up a jerry can with gas. I mean, once again, I'm sure somewhere, in some place in the world, I mean, someone's gonna be like, "Well, EJ, actually, I actually drink gasoline at my grocery store." Yeah, okay, good. You'd still be wrong in this analogy. All right, let's see what else we got here. Well, actually, I bathe in gasoline. Great. That's good. Yeah, creation, of course. Why do you think I went and tried to figure it out? Because people have been asking me about what's going to happen to the ISS for freaking months now. I don't know. I don't have the answer here, man. There's really no precedent for this. You know? I have no idea. Let's just watch Starship, man. But I love gas fresh from the local market. Yeah, free range, fair trade, or organic gas. Free range, fair trade, organic gas. Yeah. Who's being environmentally conscious now? Yep. 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 A gallon of gas has 31,000 calories in it, so not really good for your diet. Yeah. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah. Fair trade 93 octane. That's free range. Grass fed? Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's kind of. Am I wrong? Is it not grass fed? It is grass fed, isn't it? It's organic. Yep. See? I use free range organic fuels. Boom. Wrecked. Who's being green now? Yeah. Okay. Let's just. Organically grown corn gas. Yeah. See? Yeah. Who's being environmentally conscious now, you jerks? Shh. Yeah, there you go, Bill. The dinosaurs were grass-fed, man. See? Look, gasoline is a hydrocarbon, okay? Oil is a hydrocarbon. Operative word, carbon. What do plants have? Carbon. You can't explain that. Tide goes in, tide goes out. Can't explain it, bros. Can't explain it. Boom. Destroyed. Yep. Can't explain that, chat. Checkmate. They're fern-fed. All right, that's fair. We could go with fern-fed, which is also organic. And ferns, what do they have in it? What do they have? Carbon. Yeah, that's right. My muscle car runs on fully organic fuel. Boom. Roasted. What? Fern to table, baby. In the grocery store produce section. What are we talking about? I don't know, let's... Mechazilla. If it's pumped from the ground, it's not organic. Water's pumped from the ground, K-Mir. Now what? Now what are you gonna do? Water's pumped from the ground all the time. It's called a well. Is water organic? I don't know. Yes. Well. Hey, you could have carbonated water. That's... Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, water your plants with Sprite. Go ahead. Yeah, there you go, Goldie. That's right. I hope your chemistry teacher doesn't follow this stream. I hope your comedy teacher doesn't follow you. Want to play that witty game with me, fool? I will destroy you! Both y'all gonna get clapped! Wait, what? Sorry. Yeah, back to the science. Back to the science. Oh, very nice, Smirks. Yes. Yeah, made from free range. Yeah, non-caged potato. Yeah, it's organic, man. You water your plants with Gatorade? Why? This whole thing was a joke, man. Water sucks, though. Gatorade is better. Oh, yeah, more lever 11,000 parts. Local paper is running an article about an air separation unit facility being built down the road from MacGregor. Right. The only thing you will destroy is a bag of Doritos chips. You say that like it's a bad thing. Hook blocks for the new high bay cranes. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, that's brand new. Look at, no scuff marks. No scuffs on the paint. Those parts are brand new, boy. Article hints at relations with SpaceX. I agree. That sounds about right. Organic parts, though? Yeah, organic parts. Steel has carbon in it, bro. Of course it's organic. SMH my head, chat. There's 2 of those methane downcomers over there on the left, guys. Yeah, that's true, Grayson. Yeah. Nazareth EJ, how come SpaceX keeps building highways instead of high bays instead of one large structure? Nazareth, you ever played Factorio? Seriously, or Satisfactory? And you build what you think you need just so you can build something, and then quickly realize that it's not big enough, and you build something bigger? You know what I'm talking about? Any Factorio players can attest to this? You build, it's like, okay, I think I need to make this many plates. And then you don't have enough machines to make enough plates. That's the reason. With that being said, though, Nazarick, with that being said, the facility at Cape Canaveral, dude, that one's going to be all inside. That's a big enough factory. Boca Chica, guys, is, and this is, once again, this is right per Elon Musk. He said this literally in the Starship presentation 2 weeks ago. Boca Chica is a test facility. It's basically SpaceX's Area 51, so to speak. It's their rapid research and development area. And now R&D for SpaceX doesn't necessarily just mean Starship. It means the factory that makes Starship too. So it's not, once again, not just R&D for Starship. There's R&D for Raptor engines. Well, that's more at McGregor and Hawthorne, but you know, all the things that you need to make these things. So I guarantee you, based off of what SpaceX learned here in Boca Chica, that the factory that's at Roberts Road at the Cape is going to be insane. It's that's probably going to be more run-of-the-mill inside, you know, kind of thing. It's going to look more like, it's going to look like the MAF where SLS is made, the Michoud Assembly Facility. Yeah, the factory at KSC is going to look like that. Yeah. So like a big area with a high bay right next to it. This is where they stack SLS. I can agree with this statement. I'm a Factorio player. Yep. Just like a safe, always need a bigger one. Damn right, belt fed. That's right, man. Do you think the plans for Starbase in terms of buildings and personnel are scaling back due to the FAA? No. No, I think it'll increase, Foz. Once again. Okay, SpaceX always talks about, yeah, well, Elon always talks about, you know, once again, I don't speak for him. I'm just trying to understand what where his mind's at. He talks about the probability of SpaceX succeeding. Now, what does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean probability of SpaceX succeeding? You know, he did a interview the other day. I forget who it was with, to be honest. I think it was Lex Friedman. He did an interview with Lex Friedman where he talked about the probability, like success is one of the potential outcomes of SpaceX's long-term goals. Like that's Elon's way of saying that he can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Now, but he said there's a nominal window to get that done. Now, Elon in the press interviews, and like Starship presentations, he talks about like an extinction event, like an asteroid hitting the Earth or something. Don't look up. He talks about that, basically, wiping us out, and we won't safeguard humanity as a species by, not going to Mars, whatever. But also, I think that has a lot to do with, SpaceX has Starlink, and Starlink is supposed to basically keep SpaceX afloat, because they can't stay afloat with just NASA, DoD contracts, and regular demand. There's no way you can work on a Saturn V sized rocket for a Falcon 9 profit and loss. You know what I mean? There's no way you can do that. Starlink is the way to keep that sustainable. But even then, you're gonna have to produce results eventually. It has to coalesce at some point, and people are down the road. If you're an investor or something, even Starlink isn't enough to keep this kind of development going forever. They can keep it going for a good amount of time, but SpaceX can't just sit there and do nothing all day with Starship. It has to do something eventually. It's got to do something eventually, man. So maybe they work on Starship for like another 10 years. If they worked on it for another 10 years, or if they went at the rate that like SLS is going at, they can't sustain that. They wouldn't be able to go toe to toe with NASA like that. The funding I don't think the funding is there in the long term unless Starship works and you start making money off of it. So there's really, time is of the essence. Even right now, this is why Elon cracks the whip so much, because honestly, SpaceX can't keep losing money. Not losing money. That's not the right way to say it, because that implies a negative connotation. SpaceX is dumping insane amounts of cash, insane amounts of development, insane amounts of cash into development. This stuff is expensive, guys. It's expensive. SpaceX is trying to change that, but it's got until they do, it's always going to be expensive. So there's only a certain amount of time where they really can nail this. All right, you're literally on a timer, because SpaceX can't sustain this level of R&D. Well, they might. Who knows? They might be able to. I really hope they would. That would be really good. But I don't think they can do this for another 10 to 15 years. They have to get this design nailed in a couple of years, 5 years, instead of like 15, like every other rocket. So I think that they need to employ in scale. So they're going to keep testing. They're going to keep building and testing and doing the R&D at Boca Chica, and Kennedy is going to be much more for like actual launch operations and design. To be honest, focus is on the Cape for temporary construction. Yep. Big pockets, but need to stay ahead of the competition. Damn right, Devlin. Yeah, you have to. You can't just sit here and just develop rockets forever. Got to have some kind of revenue stream, and Starlink will be able to bridge the gap between Falcon 9 and Starship. I'm pretty damn sure. But even then, still, what are you going to do? Just keep developing stuff until a meteorite hits us? So SpaceX, that's why he cracks the whip so much. Time is of the essence here. I'll give you guys a perfect example with aerospace engineering. Who knows what this is? Remember this plane? Time is of the essence with these big projects. Is that a bad plane? The Hughes H-4 Hercules. It's an amazing plane. Dude, these thing's numbers are good by today's standards for a cargo plane. Spruce Goose is on par with like a 747. It's on par with like a C-17. Maybe not a C-17. Maybe somewhere between a C-130 and a C-17. It was a good cargo plane. This was designed to be able to move tanks anywhere in the world, basically. You could carry tanks in the back of this thing, right? And you could take them anywhere. That is a concept that did come around eventually. There was I just typed in a random one. That was a concept that was needed down the road. The C-141, and before that was the C-123, and then And then after the C-141, there's the C-17 and the C-5 and the C-130. Like that is a concept that was way ahead of its time, but they didn't get it done before the end of the war, and nobody picked it up because there wasn't a need for this after World War II ended. Not modern tanks though. Creation, why would Howard Hughes design a plane to be able to move around modern tanks 70 years ago? Why would he do that? I know it's not designed to put like an Abrams in the back, man. Damn. He was a time traveler. Yeah, maybe. No, vision. Jeez. But the plane was way ahead of its time. But, dude, it was good. It was better than anything flying around at the time. Nothing could move that amount of stuff around. Maybe the Focke-Wulf, what was it? The Focke-Wulf 290 or the 390 or whatever. The German plane that was kind of the Spruce Goose's counterpart. That started as a glider, Focke-Wulf 390 or whatever. That was the only thing that I can think of that's even remotely like that plane. But the demand for it was there. They just took too long. Even if the demand is there, it still took too long. You know what I mean? When you're developing, time is of the essence. Because eventually it'll just peter off and, project will die. If you don't get it done within a nominal window, no one's going to care. I mean, look at SLS. Look at how many people can't stand that. Now, once again, I still think SLS is doing pretty damn good for what it is. I'm a huge SLS fan. I want more rockets, not less. I really don't care who launches them. As long as they're launching it for peaceful purposes, it's fine. So, yeah, look at how much SLS. It's like you either go out with a bang as a hero or you live long enough to become the villain, etc., etc. 10 years ago, people were seeing SLS as the only thing that would save NASA. And nowadays, like the mainstream team space public opinion is that it's a waste of time. You know what I mean? Like, it's funny how stuff changes. You got it. There's only a certain amount of time where you got to get this stuff done. Hey, Skydrift. How about the ME-323? I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but that's the plane the Gigant. Yeah, that's the plane that I'm talking about. That's the only thing I can think that's even comparable to a Spruce Goose. The Germans knew that was the future of warfare. Howard Hughes knew it. They just never did it until, 10 years later when they figured out that was an actual good idea. But they just, once again, Hughes didn't get it in time to get a contract and the project died. It's like how VentureStar. VentureStar is a good idea. The X-33 program and VentureStar is an amazingly good idea. Could we do it now? Frick yeah, we could. Of course we could. It would be better nowadays than it was in 97, 98 when the project, was originally thought up. Could we make a better space shuttle now? Hell yeah, we could. I mean, Starship is a case for that. Just because the program got canceled, does it mean it was a bad idea? No, not a chance. Space Shuttle was a good idea. I still think it was a good idea. Now, I wouldn't have traded it for a Saturn V, but it was still a good idea. The X-33 was a great idea. Does that, because the program got canceled, does that mean it's not a good idea? No. There's a certain amount of time, even if the idea is good, even if the demand's going to be there, you have a finite window. And what's the window for Starship? Dude, I don't think Elon even knows that, but time is of the essence. You got to get this stuff done, or else it'll fall to the wayside. Yeah, the H-8K smirks. Yeah, the Japanese maritime patrol plane. Yeah, that would probably be comparable. Spruce Goose is like double the size of that thing, though, isn't it? Bro, look at that. Look at that freaking brodozer. Holy crap. You see that thing? was a good plane, Smirks. Not a lot of people know about that. Dude's just taking a nap right there. The Avro Aero, good plane, poor timing. Yep, sorting. TSR-2, same thing. The Gloucester Meteor, ME-262. I mean, for different reasons, but same idea. Nah, North End, nothing. Suburban. Yeah, Devlin, it does kind of seem like stuff's slowed down a little bit. Whoa. Man, look at those damn crane segments. Man. I don't think that's the derrick parts, fellas. They said that these were derrick parts. That's not derrick parts. Those are parts of the boom, man. That's much too big to be the derrick. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure NSF probably knows. Who named them derrick? Well, cranes have an these lever cranes have an attachable part called a derrick. There's the main boom, there's the mast, and then there's the derrick. Derrick is probably, well, it is a term that's borrowed from oil, from the petroleum industry. Dude. What's up, goalie? You're a derrick. No, my name's EJ. That could, dude, that might be the derrick. Yeah, they could have it right. Can we name the derrick Zoolander? Yes, sure. Oh yeah, no, Penta, that's really good. How's your Deutsch? Not good. That's butt? That's butt. Okay, I don't know what that means, but alright. See, it's got the stabilizer bar. The anti-don't make crane boom go backwards bar. See that thing? That's... I don't think those are derrick parts, but once again, I need an extra. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think this one. This one? Is that a Supra? You're a Supra. Destroyed. That's the bottom of the boom, yeah. Yeah. Huh. Alright, Sun Temple, have a good night, dude. Huh. Supra heavy. Indeed. They could be using it as a fly. Well, I mean, yeah, if the fly's undone, goalie, sure. You will love this image dump. Yeah. I have all those pictures. Are they still putting tiles on 22? Your cousin from Boston. Well, hello. You want a Sam Adams, buddy? Only in some spots, Finn. But yeah, the netting there between the silly and the tile. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are still putting tiles on this thing. That's strange. Oh no, they didn't. They didn't put any tiles on. Interesting. Yeah, you missed a spot. It's very strange that they mated 21 and 22 together, only to just put it out in the field. I think they just wanted to get that stuff out of the way, and that was an easier way to do it. The first section you saw was the bottom of the derrick. The second one was the boom. Gotcha. Yeah, they're always in a hurry, man. Like I said, .com time is of the essence. There's more flaps. Huh. 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 Official Artemis 1 update tomorrow. Hopefully an official rollout date and launch window. Yeah, Kev. Yep. Yep. 1:30. I'll be here. Fellas, while I have your attention, while a lot of you are here, Space News is... I'm swapping Space News in early hours tomorrow because of this press conference. So we're going to do Space News early, around noontime, and then we're going to listen to the Artemis presser, which should give us an update for Artemis 1. Hopefully we get a wet dress rehearsal and a rollout date tomorrow. And then we're going to go with the offensive that we're working on in Hearts of Iron. Yeah. You want to see a crazy battle happen in Hearts of Iron? Yeah, it's going to happen tomorrow. I basically got us prepped up for a big invasion. It's not Operation Barbarossa. It's Operation Barbasol. Okay. Yeah. So Space News and early hours are going to get flipped around tomorrow, or a delay. Yeah, or a delay. Stacking gets expensive. The stacking gets experience on the process. Yep. Sam Adams is the only beer I drink because family is stronger than taste. Okay. Hey, Binol. Operation Overlord. Dotson, we got... Yeah, no, Pythos. I am invading Germany as the U.S. Only Germany is in Siberia. It's the Germans. It's the Germans here, see? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Working on the nose cone in there. It's still ridiculous to me that SpaceX just does this with a bunch of JLG lifts. That's how they put the tiles on. Just dudes on a JLG lift. Whatever. Keep it simple. I mean, Smirks, I'll be honest with you. SpaceX, dude, now that the more that I think about it, dude, the Cape... Hey, there's another crane. Yeah, dude, look at all the crane parts going. The more and more I think about it, the more I think that the Cape is going to be that's going to be a much more... that's going to be a much more, refined facility than just building stuff outside. S-22 is probably on a standby list in case it's needed, depending on the delays and such on R2. Okay. Yeah, that's a piece. That's one of the bogies for the crane. They set up segments with that thing. Oh, Raptor 2. Yeah. I got you. There's the counterweights. Yep. It looks like they're bringing in another 11K. Goalie, judging by what I'm looking at here, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I think they're going to bring in an 11K to put the gantry cranes in the wide bay. Yep. Yep. Gotta clean off the surface before you put that all together. Clean it off, put the pin in and re-grease it. Man, this makes me want to just be able to play with cranes. Smirks, one of the projects that I was working on that chat got, frankly, really sick of was building this stuff in KSP so we could screw around with cranes. Once again, actually, that project, chat got sick of it, and I couldn't figure out a way to get the pin working correctly. I couldn't make something like that. We could try again if you wanted to. Maybe a side project while I'm working on other KSP stuff in the background. Mazel tov, Edmena. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, there you go, Donald. We still got the Mechazilla build. I'm telling you, man, that Mechazilla build could be really useful. I mean, the tech is not there. I don't think I can catch a booster with it, but, you know, it's Kerbal. That ain't gonna stop me from trying. Am I right or am I right? I liked it when you sent a crane to the moon. Yep. Doing more cryo tests. I wonder what all the cryo tests with 20 are about. We don't have a date for Kerbal 2, Donald. I'm ready for some Condor landing, but with Mechazilla. Yeah, Brim, it wouldn't be Condor. I'll be honest with you. I mean, they keep teasing stuff, which tells me that it is in development. I just don't know when it's going to come around. Dude, I just hope we can still do all the crazy stuff in KSP2 that we can in KSP1. Like, I hope you can build cranes and launch pads yourself if you really want to. That's meaning Condor style, like the good old days. Yeah, I got you. KSP2 will be around the same time as nuclear fission. So KSP2 came out in 1945? Serious? Alright. You know what I mean! I don't think that I do. Fission and fusion are two different things. Moon 2 typers. Road closures for Boca are in Central Time. 25th, 6 a.m. to 4. 28th, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. First from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Thomas, what do you think it is, though? Nuclear fishing. They tried that once, Driz. Yeah. Yeah, they tried that once. Did you guys ever notice? You guys ever watch SpongeBob? You ever notice that the ocean has fish that can talk, but it also has just regular fish in SpongeBob? There's like regular fish. There's just like the regular fish, but you also have like SpongeBob, Patrick, you know, Mr. Krabs, right? Squidward. There's a bunch of sea creatures that actually are anthropomorphic and can talk. Now, what's the name of the city that they live in? What's the name of the city that they live in SpongeBob? Bikini Bottom. Bikini Bottom. Bikini Bottom is part of Bikini Atoll, which is an island in the Marshall Islands. Right here. Yeah, the Bikini Bottom is in the center. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why do you think there's regular fish in SpongeBob, but there's also fish that can talk? Yeah. Radiation do be like that. True story. This is SpongeBob lore. Go look it up. So Goo Lagoon is where the bomb blew up. No, Goo Lagoon is clearly a liquid substance that does not combine with water. Right? Goo Lagoon is oil. Goo Lagoon. It's oil. Right? Because it's underwater and it's a beach. And it doesn't mix with water. Oil doesn't mix with water. It's oil from one of the ships that sank. More you know. They're all walking on glass? Yep. Explain why they have fire. Radiation? I don't know, man. That's why his pineapple never rots. Yep. Mind blown, pun intended. What are those orange things? That's painter's tape. What are you going to ruin next, EJ? Go on, tell us. Santa's real, man. What are you talking about? Can't you weld underwater? Sure. Yeah, see? Maggie knows. Explain how easy it was for Squidward to buy a pie bomb. There's a bunch of wrecked ships around. There's a bunch of wrecked ships around with a bunch of ordnance. A bunch of ships sank from the nuclear blast. There's plenty of ordnance lying around. Just saying. It all makes sense, guys. Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that, bruh. I made that reference 2 times this stream now. It's true. But how do magnets work? I don't know. Maybe like water, fire with some air and dirt? Frickin' magnets. How do they work? Great song. Great meme. Alright, guys. Yeah, that's all I have for you today for Space News. I'll admit, your boy's kind of feeling a little bit under the weather here, but I did say that I'd play Summer Car, but I'm also afraid to play Summer Car when I'm tired. Bram, you just got here. Oh, okay. Thank you. No problem, Flask. Yeah. If you like the Space News segment, I do this pretty much every day, every stream, starting around 4 or 5 o'clock. It depends on what we play. You know what? Seeing the white cloud when a nuclear explosion occurs makes me very uneasy. Well, that's what started the joke, Liam. Nuclear fishing was the joke. The Baker shot at Operation Crossroads was a nuclear depth charge for the most part. They sank the nuke in the water and then blew it up. All this water vapor came from the nuclear bomb, quite literally removing a section of ocean. Yeah, removing a section of ocean. EJ, I wasn't following news about space exploration this close before discovering your channel, so please forgive me if this is an ignorant question, but why all of a sudden did we start to speed up on space tech? What's the attraction that I'm missing here? Please don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I'm just a little angry about why we didn't do it all these years ago. The only reason can't be politics, right? I love science and technology so much. All these things make me so excited. Hooded, that's a complicated answer. I would attribute a lot of mainstream spaceflight awareness nowadays mostly to Elon Musk. Elon Musk is, single-handedly like making space awesome, like making it cool. Then again, modernized technology might have a lot to do with it. I mean, we couldn't do. It would be very difficult to build something like this when that vehicle was engineered, right? In the 70s, this is pretty much not doable. The avionics wasn't there. There's a lot of modern things that are making spaceflight cheaper, you know. Now, in terms of, you know, like why we went to the moon and then we didn't anymore. Well, that's more of a personal theory for me. I have my theories on it if you guys want to hear it. It's not so much, I've talked about this before. It's not so much it's not so much that this is exactly the case, but it feeds into a much bigger personal theory about this. So, you know, the space race happened, and that was friendly competition between governments, between the Soviet Union and the United States. Space race started with the International Geophysical Year in 1957, when the Soviets launched Sputnik, or Sputnik 1, or Satellite 1, into space on an converted R7 Semyorka, right? And it basically ended in 1975 with the Apollo-Soyuz test project. That's the end of the space program. After that, there really wasn't any competition. The Soviets canceled their lunar program when they figured out that Apollo was getting defunded, and part of the reason why we defunded the Apollo missions is because of the heavy bill that it carried. For whatever reason, we thought that it was too expensive when we quite literally spend like 800 times the amount on defense spending. So there was a kind of a big want to fix stuff down here first. Like, oh, we have a lot of problems. You know, the moon is such a big deal. You know, we have all these problems down here on Earth, etc., etc. We got to fix these. And basically everyone was like, yeah, that's a good point. Let's fix our stuff. Let's fix the stuff first, and let's go to space later. 50 years ago. So then, you know, we got the space shuttle as kind of a more sustainable way to get into space, right? Or at least perceived sustainability. And we didn't scale that in the numbers that kind of worked. And, you know, there was a little bit of a space race, a little bit of a second space race with the shuttle in Buran, but then the Soviet Union collapsed, and then, yeah, NASA's budget, just like most of defense spending and aerospace research, tanked after the Cold War. It really shows right there that you need competition, okay? Without any competition, you get stagnation. It doesn't matter if it's between governments. It doesn't matter if it's between companies. So, you know, we basically just shifted our priorities elsewhere. And it's a shame. Because if something like the space shuttle program carried Apollo's budget, we'd probably still be flying it right now. Or flying something better. But that's very much personal opinion. I think that the shuttle was a great system. I think it was awesome. They skimped a lot during development because it was developed. They said, you know, we want a Mercedes. Here's Chevy money. You know what I mean? And not, you know, whatever. I know I like dumping on Chevrolet, but, you know, you could, if you buy a Chevy Cruze, it's not the same as buying a Mercedes C-Class or something. So, you know, a Mercedes is more expensive. It's a more complicated piece of machinery. It does more things. You know, it's just you get what you pay for with this stuff. Just like well, you know, a better analogy would be, you know, we want to buy a Chevy with Cadillac. We want to buy a Cadillac with Chevy money, but not everybody would understand that analogy in this day and age because Cadillac back in the day was like Maybach. Yeah, Caddy was like a very specialized brand. Like if you had a Cadillac, it would be like driving around in a Bentley nowadays. That's what Cadillac was. But I digress. So, like they tried to engineer the shuttle, and it needed something like Apollo's budget, but they got something like Falcon 9's budget, for, you know, to make another analogy, right? I mean, guys, they developed the shuttle with NASA's funding at where it was during the Gemini program. So they basically developed the space shuttle for the same budget as the Gemini program, which is a pretty much inferior vehicle in every regard. So, you know, because they skimped on the development, the shuttle really never fulfilled all of its promises, had a lot of teething problems, which most aerospace projects do, you know, SRBO rings, thermal protection system strikes, etc., etc. They're problems that never really got ironed out. So, you know, it kind of fell to the wayside just like everything else. So, how does that feed into my theory? Well, we really didn't start seeing this stuff come back into favor a lot until SpaceX came around. Now, SpaceX started as a contractor for the Commercial Orbital Transport Services program under Project Constellation in the 2000s with Falcon 1, and then they got Commercial Orbital Transport System 1, so COTS 1 or CRS 1 contracts during the Constellation program to resupply the ISS with commercial vehicles. Then Constellation got canceled, and Commercial Orbital Transport Services was one of those things that they kept from canceling Constellation, just like they kept the Orion capsule and kept SLS. And then they also kept a little office at the time when Project Constellation was canceled. They kept a little office called the Commercial Crew Program, and that turned into something pretty useful. So, you know, and now you have competition between commercial entities for going back to the ISS, and then I don't think anybody ever anticipated how gung-ho Elon Musk ended up being about this stuff. So now we get all this crazy awesome stuff happening, and space is really cool again, right? Now, in terms of long-term sustainability, I don't know. I don't know how long this will keep going. Maybe we'll, you know, ride it more than the Saturn V, you know, so going beyond the moon. But one thing that I do know, and I can use history as an example here, and this is my personal theory. I could write a thesis statement on this stuff, dude. The only true way forward, I think, if we really want to make sure that spaceflight is truly sustainable, okay, and this is going to get expensive, it always will. The Apollo program, the space race, the Soviet lunar program showed pretty dang well that competition between governments is no good. Why? Because when somebody wins, it's going to stagnate. You're going to have a downward trend in capability. The space shuttle also shows this. We went from, we raced, and then since the space race, so since 1972, NASA has went from being able to touch the surface of the moon to being confined to low Earth orbit to nothing. And it's been nothing, and it will be nothing until Artemis 1 launches. The last time NASA launched people into space was 2011. The next time NASA will launch people into space is 2024. That's literally less time than the entire Apollo program from start to finish. Yeah. From 1962, 1963 when the Apollo program started to 1972 and when it concluded, and then there was the Apollo Applications program after that. So that really shows right there. That really shows that, you know, competition, government versus government, right, is really not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It really isn't. two governments going into a space race is not sustainable, which is part of the reason why, with this personal theory of mine, we're not getting into a space race with China. That's not happening. I really don't think that's going to happen. I think we learned from the last space race about that sustainability. And you ever notice how China keeps doing things in space and the U.S. is just like, all right. You've noticed that? China showed us some footage the other day of an orbital camera on their Tianwen-1 orbiter around Mars. Where's that NASA footage from MRO? They don't have that. I mean, they probably do somewhere, but you notice how it's just kind of like, oh, that's cool too, neat, and how they landed Tianwen or Chang'e 4 and Chang'e 5 on the far side of the moon, and I'm just like, oh, that's cool. You ever notice that? I don't think competition between governments is sustainable, because it's not. The Apollo program is a pretty good example of that. So, what is sustainable? Now, a lot of people looked at the Apollo program, and they came to the conclusion that well, the commercial market is the right way to do it. Commercial is the right way to do it. Yeah, let's have commercial contractors competing. So like Boeing with Starliner and SpaceX with Dragon. Now that could work, but also, what is that stuff going to do when the ISS stops flying? There's commercial low Earth orbit destinations, and hopefully that, takes a foothold, and hopefully, a market happens from that. But honestly, at the end of the day, what is the safeguard there? That could all end in the blink of an eye. An orbital station could have a problem, they have to decommission it, and now Starliner has no destination, and neither does Dragon. I mean, SpaceX, that's kind of the reason why they're making this, so in case that happens, they can still get to the moon or whatever. So, there's no concrete thing that's keeping commercial stuff sustainable other than government contracts right now. Right? SpaceX is trying to change that with Starlink and Starship. We just talked about that a second ago, right? So, here's my personal theory. Government-to-government space racing, not sustainable. The commercial market is not sustainable without a government space program. Right now, at least. That could change in the future. Maybe it will. But I think that the best way forward, Hooded, is to have all of those things. I know, yes, it's the most expensive option. But having SLS and Starship coexist in a commercial space or in a spaceflight economy is the right move. That is the right move. That will safeguard sustainability. Because NASA and SpaceX don't do the same thing. NASA is a scientific research organization. SpaceX is a commercial launch provider with the end goal of making life multiplanetary. Science yields can come from that, absolutely. But it's much more crew spaceflight, less, scientific data. But that doesn't mean that SpaceX isn't scientific about things by any means. So, the only true way that I see forward here for sustainability, and that feeds more into your question about why now? Well, now we have sustainability because we have NASA and SpaceX coexisting at the same time. And that is part of the reason why space has become really awesome again. Because SpaceX can do all the dirty work with building launch vehicles, while NASA can get the highest yield from science. But that also doesn't necessarily mean that NASA should hitch a ride on SpaceX for everything. That's also not sustainable. It's not a good way to do things. NASA should retain their own launch capability, and SpaceX should retain their own launch capability. That's part of the reason why space got really popular again, because NASA can still do all the science, SpaceX still launches everything, etc., etc. But in the future, if we have SLS and Starship coexisting, that means we have two ways to get to the moon. And yes, one of them is propped up via the government, NASA. But scientific exploration of the moon, and then human colonization of the moon require two different vehicles to achieve said goals. So I think having a NASA in-house healthy national space program and having a very strong commercial program that can bid on government contracts but also is wholly redundant to a national space program is the proper way forward. Like I said, you can look to history. Government versus government doesn't make sense. Commercial versus commercial doesn't really, that's not very sustainable unless NASA's there. So what's the way forward? The way forward is NASA and SpaceX. You need a government organization and you need a commercial organization. Now, I'll add to this personal theory another thing here. I don't want governments having a monopoly on being able to get to the moon. That's not sustainable. That happened already. And look, it stagnated us. We went backwards. Simultaneously, I don't want a corporation being the only one that can get people to the surface of the moon. That's why I say that NASA should have their own in-house lander on top of Starship. There's a reason why people in Congress say we need 2 landers, because they do not want a sole commercial entity having access to the surface of the moon by themselves. That is also not sustainable. That can create a monopoly in space, and monopolies lead to stagnation. Now, if you're still not convinced on that personal theory, I got another one for you. Rockets are just a logistics service. Now, whether the end of the avenue is science or profitability, I mean, that really depends. That's SpaceX and NASA, right? Now, one could say, oh, that's not sustainable. That's not sustainable. Why couldn't NASA just launch on SpaceX stuff? That's way more sustainable in the long run. Well, I disagree. That can lead to stagnation for the reasons that I just said. But I can give you a modern day example of this. What's the most sustainable way forward? If you want to mail a letter or ship a package, what are your options? What are your options? Seriously, what are your options? Post office? Government owned. Or you could do UPS or FedEx or DHL or whatever your commercial mail carrier service is, wherever you are. There's a commercial option, and then there's also a federal option. There's a government option, right? That works. That works just fine. Now, a lot of people could make the argument that the post office is a waste of money. The post office is a waste of money. That's stupid. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I think the post office does stuff that UPS and FedEx don't do, like being able to buy stamps, for instance, or being able to apply for a passport, etc., etc. You can do that at the post office in the United States. There are services that the post office provides that UPS and DHL or FedEx do not. But they both do the same thing. And that's been sustainable for years. There are services that the post office does that FedEx and DHL and UPS don't. And they are able to coexist. And there's more than enough pie to go around for all those services to be utilized to their fullest extent. Why should it be any different in space? Space is just moving stuff from here to there. The mail is just moving stuff from here to there. UPS just moves stuff from here to there. SpaceX just moves stuff from here to there. Simple as that. That's the way forward. So, long story short, this hybrid space program where we have commercial partnerships and commercial customers competing with each other on top of a government space program, relatively healthy government space program in the form of that thing right there. See that thing on the left? No, not the Kerbal icon. This thing, the background. No, not any of the icons. Just ignore the icons. Just ignore the icons. This thing right there, the space station, is the most sustainable way forward. That's part of the reason why space is cool again. And that's really the only way I see that that we should do in the future to safeguard spaceflight in the long term. Yeah. Yeah, what the curtains? No, not the curtains. They said you couldn't build a space station in low Earth orbit, but I built it anyway. It burned up in the atmosphere. So I built a second one. That burned up in the atmosphere. So I built a third one. That depressurized, re-entered, then burned up in the atmosphere. But the fourth one, lad, that stayed up. Not unusual for commercial carriers to use USPS for the last mile delivery. There are services that the United States Postal Service offers that commercial mail providers do not. NASA, with its own healthy in-house space program, will be able to offer scientific services that SpaceX cannot. Simultaneously, SpaceX will probably be able to get you there faster. Does this make sense? That's what I mean. that's why space is cool right now, because we have a hybrid system. We have a hybrid program. It's not wholly government, because that leads to stagnation, and it's not wholly commercial, because that'll lead to a monopoly, which will also lead to stagnation. See what I'm talking about? Hooded, the reason why spaceflight is good right now is because of this hybrid commercial program that we have. Now, once again, I think the hybrid commercial program was one of the smartest things that NASA could ever do. That was one of the Commercial Orbital Transport Services program was amazing under Project Constellation. And then when Constellation got canceled, it was one of the things that they really, really wanted to keep going with. Now, the folks in 2011, when Constellation was canceled, they rapidly expanded the Commercial Crew program and Commercial Orbital Transport Services, which is great. That's a great move. It's very smart. Look at what it's yielding right now. The yields of that program are unmistakable. However, the people that expanded that program want to push for a fully commercial space program, which I really think is a stupid idea. That's part of the reason why I get all pissed off when I say, oh, Constellation can cancel $30 billion, etc., because that's not a sustainable way forward. That's going to get you stagnation in the long run. And once again, like, I have very specific cited examples in history here. Hey, Leglander, what's going on? So, yeah, Hooded. Why is space cool right now? Well, because we have that hybrid partnership, you know? Also, and once again, I think it wholly can be attributed to Elon Musk. I've been a spaceflight fan for a very long time, dude. Very long time. I've been following it in fine detail for well over a decade. I've said this a lot on stream, man. I'll tell you, a decade ago, being a spaceflight fan sucked. It sucked. It was terrible. You know, SpaceX was just a shot in the dark, man. Maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. You know, Constellation going out, its shuttle going out at the same time, it was like a nightmare scenario. You know, and I'd like to think that we rebounded pretty well. Let's keep that momentum going, shall we? Why is space cool now? Always has been. Dude, when I was growing up, spaceflight wasn't cool. It really was not cool. I see it. I see kids in the chat. I see kids that are in high school talk about it in the chat. I hear kids talk about it all the time. You could go to other nerds at school and talk about the space program right now, and you won't get laughed out of the circle of nerds. Because, I mean, also partially being a nerd is cool now for whatever reason. Even in the 2000s, being a nerd was not cool. That was not cool. That was not cool. You would get made fun of. I mean, you probably still do too nowadays, but let me just tell you that 15 years ago is probably worse than it is now, and I'll bet you 30 years ago it was even worse. Remember Grasshopper? I do. So true. I was being laughed at too. Yeah, I mean, look at the internal combustion engine cars versus electric cars that's happening now. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Rem, exactly. I think that commercial partnerships, dude, these hybrid commercial private models are the right move. And you don't even need the Commercial Orbital Transport Service. That's just one. Okay, I'll give you another one. We're talking about the post office. You guys know those weird-looking mail vans that looks like it was designed by somebody who doesn't know how to use anything but a ruler? Now, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the Royal Mail looks like or anything else. These things. Everyone's seen these things. You know what that is? It's a Chevy S10. You know who made the body for this? Grumman. There you go. Commercial private partnership. Man, did they break the mold with that design. Those things still work. A lot of those post vans are like 30, 40 years old. They still work. The new one looks ridiculous, by the way. It looks terrible. Those mail vans were built on old World War II Jeeps. Yeah, they used flat fenders, Waz. The Royal Mail uses panel vans. Yep. Those things were made by Grumman. Yeah, Grumman. Like the same people that engineered the F-14. Yeah, that company. There you go. There's a good example of a public-private partnership. A better one would be the Clipper program. Anybody familiar with the Clipper program? It's Friday Racing. Okay. Anybody familiar with the Clipper program from the 30s? Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's bad. Hellfish, nice. I'm not a basketball fan. So, the Clipper program. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas. Sure. The Clipper program right here. See that? This is the Boeing 314 Clipper. All right? These were big, gigantic flying boats in the 30s that Boeing, Douglas, a bunch of people made these things. Right? They made these things to be able to travel long distances. Big flying boats that could travel long distances, right? These things came out of a program that was started by the United States Mail. They wanted to be able to airmail things around. The United States Mail basically commissioned Boeing with a commercial transport program, commissioned Boeing and a bunch of other people to build these long-range airplanes so they could move the mail around. Now, they were building these flying boats that had insanely long range, and they were being not subsidized, it was contracts by the government to build these to move the mail around. A logistics service. Later, okay, so look at the wings on the 314 Clipper. Look at the wings. Now look at the wings on this. Let me see if I can find one from the same angle. Whatever, that'll work. See what I'm talking about? That program led to long-range bomber development in the late 30s. You know, they used the technology from the 314 Clippers and made long-range bombers. Those, I think, came in very handy in the 40s. And then from there, that bomber development led from the B-17, it led to the B-29, which led to the B-47. I mean, if we're talking Boeing stuff, that led to the B-47, that led to the B-52, and guess what? Guess where it went from there? The technology that they had from building bombers found its way right back into the civilian market a little bit later. And that thing right there literally revolutionized how we move around this earth. It revolutionized logistics. It all started with a government contract. This thing inadvertently can trace its roots directly to that. True story. Yeah, there's another good example. Just by moving the mail around, just a logistics service. What is SpaceX doing? A logistics service. See what I'm talking about? That makes sense, Hooded? I know that was a long answer, but you guys are asking good questions today, so I'm kind of just going with it. It is partially because we got to the moon so fast that whatever came next was less impressive to the public, so people lost all interest and saw the cost. Now, Mars is the goal in pushing the boundaries, and you can make that, frankly, terrible argument, but that wasn't the case. The Apollo program had plans to go to Venus in the early 70s. Yeah, the next step for Apollo was not the moon, it was Venus. Oh, yeah. They're basically going to take a Skylab and send that on a... They were going to take a Skylab and send that on a flyby trajectory around Venus. Yeah. And then also, what was in the pipe is a nuclear-powered Saturn V third stage to act as a tug between Earth and the moon. And those stages could be like daisy-chained together, so you could make you could take three Saturn V nuclear third stages and plug them together to make a huge transport vehicle. Yeah. Of course, go. That's what I mean. All it takes is one. The point that I'm trying to make, guys, is all it takes is one commercial, one public-private partnership, and then this was in the 30s. This was in the late 30s, guys. The Clipper program was like 36, 37, 38, right? And then that thing came around in 1962. Less than 25 years. We went from that to that. And don't get me wrong, World War II had a lot to do with that. I will still say to this day that despite what people like hearing, defense spending will spur innovation the most out of anything. Which, man, that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks, but it's true. SpaceX Raptor, a Raptor 2 test. Oh boy, that looks nice. Nice. So, I mean, hooded. Yeah, dude. You think NASA tech finds its way into the civilian market? Defense tech finds its way into the civilian market. Boom, right there. There's the commercial airline industry. Literally is a byproduct of defense spending. The fact that I can pay couple $100 and literally be on another continent in 6 hours is attributed to defense spending because the airports and the airplanes. It's true. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news for people that don't like guns and stuff. All these people out there like, oh, NASA should have the Defense Department's budget. No, there's a reason why we spend a lot of money there. I mean, everyone borrowing jet engines from Germany and the Brits help. Creation, the jet engine was invented by the British, Frank Whittle, and then the Germans were developing it in parallel. Frank Whittle made the first turbojet work in, the early 40s, if I'm remembering right. The Germans, they didn't necessarily copy it, but the Germans were the first one to bring it to production in a production fighter. But the turbojet engine is a British thing. It's a British innovation. Also, the U.S. likes to piss people off. It turns out when you point a gigantic freaking gun at somebody, you can get them to do what you want. Now, whether people agree with that or not, I don't know. I mean, I'm not too comfortable with that. I don't know about you, but that's going to get into current events, dude. We're not going down that road today. Hell no. We'll start seeing these delivered in our mail. Bro, what the heck? What in the frick is that? What is that? What? It looks like a cartoon. Yeah. No. What in the frick? What is that? What is that? It's the Ugg boots of automobiles. What is it with car manufacturers and automotive designers and making vehicles that look like a freaking shoe? What is that about? Stop this. You stop this now. The cars don't... Why are you making cars that look like shoes? It literally looks like a croc. Ridiculous. What was the fascination? Hey, guys. What if we made a car that looks like a shoe? Dude, brilliant. Can we go back to making them look like toaster ovens or something, please? Like, just anything but a shoe. That looks ridiculous. I don't know if maybe Eagle logo on a duck. What would Hank say? There's water in the exhaust. I mean, who drives a shoe? Honestly, who drives a shoe? My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. It's like the Nissan Cargo. They all look like damn shoes. Everything. Why? What? Why a shoe? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Stop. I hate it. I hate it so much. The designer must have been a sneakerhead. Can we go back to making cars look like airplanes or something? Or like spaceships? I mean, personally, you know, I like cars that look like spaceships, okay? You want to know what that car's called? Starliner. Can we just go back to making cars look like spaceships? Or like jet fighters or something? Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. Oh, that's sick. Looks like jet engines. Cybertruck? Hey, you know what, Manji? At least it's unique. You know that Cybertruck ain't, you know... Well, we tested it in a wind tunnel and we figured out that a shoe is the best aerodynamic properties. No. At least it's unique. Bro. Look at that freaking car, man. Oh, that thing looks so cool. I want it. I want it. I want. Oh, Mamma Mia, yeah. And right, yeah, no. Can dude, like building this thing? Like, can you imagine building one of these things like modern day components? Like just that shape with modern. Oh, it would look so good. It would look so good. Why can't we do that? Why does everything look like a shoe? Stop. Stop making. Stop doing that. Stop it. Stop making it look like a shoe. I don't like shoes. Anyway, I do like shoes. Shoes are okay. Close to terms of service there. Oh man, that one. Gimme. Yeah, I know. Alright. For a Ford, that's a nice looking car. For a Ford. Alright, alright. Fine, fine. Alright, for the G, because I like vintage GM, alright? I like old Chevy. Here. This is for the Chevy guys, alright? There you go. There you go. For the Chevy guys. For the Chevy guys. You get your 6.4. Rolling in my 6.4. I like that car. That's a nice car. What about Mopar? Just hang on a minute there, Professor. I'm your dad. Winga dinga 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 dinga. I'm your dad. Winga dinga 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 dinga. Yeah, nice car flanking. Yeah, that's good. For me, it's the original Mini. Good call. I mean, original Minis are cool, but what if we swapped the Toyota Celica GT4 drivetrain into one? Would that still count? Studebaker? Want me to get Studi in there? Here. Alright, fine. You get a Studebaker. Look. I mean, this one is a little weird. The shoe thing was kind of almost happening here. I thought you'd be a Superbird kind of guy. Superbirds are awesome if you have $500,000. Alright, now MG. MGB GTs are cool looking cars. So is Jaguar E-Types. So are Jensen Interceptors. I know where this conversation's going. And a lot of pots of tea? Yeah, you're probably right. Can't be done. Can't be done. Can't be done. I said it couldn't be done. They might be right. You guys want to hear something messed up? I really think these cars are cool. I freaking love switch cars with hydros. I think that's really neat. Cars, you get the 3-wheel going, the cars with bounces, with the switches, with the hydraulics. I think that's really freaking cool. Yeah, there, I said it. Plymouths are... I have a 69 Coronet, Matt. For you B-body Mopar fans out there. I don't talk about it much because it's under a cover at my parents' house right now. That's a Hot Wheels car? No. Okay, hear me out, dude. Hear me out. All right, listen. The reason why I think these cars are cool is because of the engineering. I always appreciate when some good work, when some good engineering is done. Now think about this for a second, okay? The 64 Impala, you think about, Boys in the Hood, right? It's a convertible, right? And people take the convertibles and they bounce them, all right? That's cool. You know why that's cool? I mean, the coupes are the same way. Because of the engineering involved to be able to bounce a car like that and not taco the frame. That's cool. There's a lot of structural reinforcement on a car that can do three-wheel motion like that, where you can drive down the road on three wheels and have one wheel just kind of up in the air. There's a lot of engineering and a lot of design and a lot of strengthening that has to go into doing that. You can't just put hydraulics on a car and make it bounce. Because if you do that, the car will literally crumple in half. That's why I like those cars. Those are cool, man. Because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. It's not just, put hydraulics in it. Ha ha ha, we're good. No. You do that, it'll break. You'll go to bounce and a wheel will fly off. Where's the Rocket Man vehicle that Elon sent to outer space? Tesla Roadster serial number 1. It's out by Ceres somewhere right now. Yeah, no, that's cool. Think about that for a second. Think about all the new engineering that you need to do to make a car do that, to make it bounce. That's cool. I like that. That's why I think the lowriders are sick, man. Those things are really neat. That's an incredible amount of engineering going on. Dude, I'd drive one. That'd be so sick. It would be the weirdest thing around, dude. That would be very strange. Pull up to that car and I'm in it. I'd be like, hey, what up? I'd do it though. Hell yeah. Carolina Squad can go away. Now, the Carolina Squad is somebody spending $5 on a half of a lift kit on eBay and thinking they're... Yeah, no, that's dumb. That's not engineering. You're ruining the engineering. This is what I see when I think of a car on hydros. First time I've seen a car tear. Yeah, there you go. That's what happens when you don't do it right. Drive safe, buckle up. Pythos, the rolling coal thing I can understand. You roll coal to make more power. I get that. The shooting unburnt carbon at somebody at a stoplight is pretty lame. But the stacks are cool. I don't like it when it shoots this way. If it shoots up in the air, I'm cool with that. That's fine. The Diablo SV. Oh, of course, Creation. I appreciate good engineering, and that goes for modding your car and also from the factory. I just appreciate good engineering. I don't like it when it's not engineered well. Screw me, right? Like, just my opinion, but most suspension kits are just ruining the engineering. I agree, Gaw. Dude, I really don't think I'm, unless we maybe switch it to four-wheel drive and make a rock crawler out of tough enough, I'm not putting a lift kit on that. I'll put bigger tires on it, sure, but yeah, no, I don't. Lifts are cool, but lifts are cool if you're going to go off-roading. I really not really a fan of, just lifting your truck for the sake of lifting it, But, that being said, hey, people, it looks cool. I get it. It looks cool. I mean, personally, I think it makes it look like a Tonka truck, but whatever. Too bad the last time one sold it went for $2.5 million. Yeah. The lunar buggy on the moon. Now that's off-roading. Now looking, that's a GM. Chevy made the lunar rover. Yep. The big three were all involved in the Apollo program, dude. If you really want to know. They were all involved. Here, check this out. So GM made the lunar rovers. Ford made all the consoles in Mission Control. True story. Yeah, all the consoles that, all flight controllers, all those huge, 60s consoles that were in Mission Control, Ford made those. You want to see what Chrysler made? Saturn 1. Does Tesla have any plans to make a moon car? Sequel? I would probably guess yeah. But also at the same time, guess what the batteries on Starship are? Tesla batteries. You see the control surfaces on Starship right here? The wings that do this, that on Starship, see them up there? See them folding in? Tesla motors. Yeah, they have a Model X motor that's actuating those control surfaces on a lever. Yeah. So, Starship has Tesla parts on it. So, I don't know. If Starship has Tesla parts on it, I don't think it would be unreasonable. I don't think it would be unreasonable to think that Tesla isn't working on some type of lunar rover with SpaceX. I don't think that would be an unreasonable thing. I was expecting to come back to MSC. Space News is still going on. I stopped Space News a little while ago, Roblox. We're just talking about space stuff. What's your view on Dodge's Elephant engines? Yes. I want one for my Coronet. Matt, that's my view. Yes. That's right, Christian. Yep. Guys, I'm starting to get tired. Does anybody mind if I just play Summer Car tomorrow? Yeah, I'm really getting tired, and I don't want to fall asleep like at the wheel. I've been up since like 8 this morning. Ever played Mars Horizon? Yeah. I think I'm just gonna move MSC to tomorrow. So we're gonna start with Space News, and then Hearts, and then Summer Car. But yeah, I've been up since 5. Yeah, Christian. Oh yeah, no, you got up earlier than me, but I guarantee you that I went to bed later than you did. Yeah, I'm starting to really feel it. What time? I went to bed at like 4 o'clock in the morning last night. I woke up at like 8. Yeah. I was out doing stuff and started streaming at 10. We've been doing 9 hours of streaming. And then yesterday's stream went till midnight, so yesterday was a 12er. This is a 9-hour. I gotta be sure not to go too crazy with this. That's the mistake that I made doing the quarantine streams from like 2020 to the beginning of this year. You can't stream 12 hours a day, man. It's easy to do, but when you try to sustain that for like 2 years straight, it really hurts. It's really hard. Thanks, Looking. I appreciate that. Always interesting stuff. Hey, I try to get the noggin jogging, man. It's good for you. It's good for you. I will say that till I'm blue in the freaking face. I am blue in the face right now, pretty much. It's good for you. Turning the gears up here is just as useful as exercising. I mean, you should exercise too. And I need to start doing that again. I guess I'm gonna start lifting. But yeah, I always try to make it the topics kind of interesting. And if we keep going, if there's still interesting topics, I keep going with it because it's interesting. Yeah. Are you reading the dictionary? Yeah, I know. Kid, I like to break a mental sweat too. You're reading the dictionary? Yeah. Let's fast forward to Tuesday and get some Tarkov going. If I wake up early before Space News, I'll get you a couple games of Tarkov. You have my word on that. But that's if I get up in time. If not, we're starting at noon. All right, yeah, guys. I'm gonna move MSC tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm running out of steam. I do not want to die in MSC because I decided to play that thing when I was tired. This save has lasted 2 months. I haven't died, and I'm not. No, hell no. Nah, we're not doing that. So I'm not gonna do it when I'm tired. I'm gonna get some sleep, and we'll play tomorrow. Okie dokie. All right, let's see who we can raid. We haven't raided anybody in a little while. Let's see who's out and about. Tozzle? I'm gonna raid Tozzle? We could raid Tozzle. We haven't raided her in forever. Yeah, sort of. My health is better than your entertainment. Well, guess what? If you're entertained, I'm healthy. We got a standoff, man. She's back from hiatus. Oh, that's cool. Word. Yeah, let's go see what she's up to. I don't know the... Oh, she's playing Contra. Yo, Tozzle's playing Contra. Yeah, let's go wind down with that. So, once again, I'm going to call it a little bit early tonight, guys. I'm going to get a little bit of sleep tonight. I'll give you guys a nice long stream tomorrow. So, Space News, and then Hearts, and then Summer Car. Okie dokie? And if I get up earlier, maybe some Tarkov to start the stream. And then Space News begins at 12. We got an Artemis presser tomorrow. At 1:30 Eastern time about an update for what's going on with the Artemis program. And yeah, should be good. I'll see you guys tomorrow at about noontime, maybe a little earlier. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.